Chapter 2041. The closest answer at this moment. The entire square fell into silence. No one would have thought that this cultivator would be attacked by the Tower of Hanoi after successfully moving all the gilded discs from the Tower of Hanoi to another pillar. However, Zhuan knew why this person was being attacked. It was because this person did not strictly follow the rules of moving the disc. In the middle, this person placed the large disc directly on the small disc, using this as the fastest shortcut. However, Zhuan did not expect that after solving the problem incorrectly, he would be directly attacked by the Tower of Hanoi. The attack from the Tower of Hanoi was too fast and too powerful. Even Zhuan felt his heart skip a beat. This attack was definitely much more terrifying than Yu Yewei, Qin Yongzhang, and Fu Pengfei's. Zhuan knew that if he faced such an attack directly, he would definitely die. Those who cheat will be directly killed by the Tower of Hanoi. Just now, I've already set 2 rules and restrictions. This person knowingly broke the rules and moved the gilded discs. Isn't he courting death? Great Brahma's cold voice gradually spread out between heaven and earth, scaring the surrounding cultivators to the point that their hearts were palpitating and their eyes were filled with fear. As for the contestants, they all had serious expressions. Of course, there were also cultivators who were greedy for convenience. However, the fallen contestant had taken the lead. With the sacrifice of this first bird, it also reminded the other contestants that this method was completely unworkable. They could only obediently deduce. They knew that as long as they did not break the rules, the Tower of Hanoi would not attack them. Time passed by minute. There were often contestants who went to move the gilded discs. They all moved strictly according to the rules, but toward the end, most of the contestants would get confused and could only be eliminated. After a year, there were only about 500 golden platforms left around the Tower of Hanoi. After 2 years, there were only 100 golden platforms left. There was only 1 day left before the 3-year deadline. There were less than 50 people left on the golden platforms, and most of them had not been able to deduce the answer, nor had they gone out to try to arrange the gilded discs. Among these people, other than the elite disciples of the 10 great sects, Zhuan was more familiar with Yun Qiu, Mo Fan, Yushan, and Tong Chimei. Great Brahma suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the remaining golden platforms. He glanced at Zhuan and said indifferently, "There's only 1 day left. Do you want to choose the answer the number of times? Or do you want to go to the Tower of Hanoi?" However, after Great Brahma finished speaking, the cultivators on the golden platform did not move. He knew that these cultivators probably did not intend to set up the gilded disc. After all, the contestants who could stay were basically at the later stages of the deduction, and the numbers calculated were very large. You can give your answers now. Write down your answers on the golden platform. When the time comes, this seat will judge whose answer is closest to the true answer, Great Brahma said indifferently. The remaining contestants looked at each other and began to write down their deduced answers under the golden platforms. Then, rays of golden light swept out of the golden platforms, forming numbers above each golden platform. Each number was different. Zhuan also wrote down his answer. He was more cautious and wrote about 100 billion years. This was his most conservative answer. As for the correct answer, he did not dare to write it down. However, the moment Zhuan wrote down his answer, he suddenly realized that countless gazes were focused on him. He raised his head and looked around blankly. He realized that most of the gazes cast at him were strange, as if he, Zhuan, had done something different. However, Zhuan soon understood why everyone had such expressions. It was because the other contestants had written down the number of times, but Zhuan had written down the number of years. This made his answer stand out. This Zhuan is really strange. Lord Brahma clearly said the number of times, but this person actually wrote down the number of years. It seems that there is something wrong with his brain. Isn't that so? It is said that this child has the heavenly domain, starry sky essence. Such a treasure actually fell into the hands of such trash. It really makes me unhappy. It's not just you. I am also extremely unhappy. The heavenly domain, starry sky essence is originally obtained by the virtuous. Who does this child think he is to be qualified to obtain such a treasure? He might as well have it with me. In the square, there was a burst of laughter. Most of the cultivators laughed unscrupulously after revealing strange expressions, as if they had seen a very funny joke. This child is breaking the rules, right? The Tower of Hanno should punish him and completely kill him. In the crowd, Lei Chi laughed the loudest. Yu Yue's eyes were cold, and her face was full of ruthlessness. This guy is really unworthy of Chi Mei's favor. It seems that Chi Mei has misjudged him. If I have the chance, I will definitely kill this annoying bug and end all troubles. Tang Chang's mouth was full of mockery as he thought to himself. Due to Tong Chi Mei's different attitude towards Zhuowen, Tang Chong was extremely disgusted with Zhuowen. Yin Qiu, Mo Fan, and Yushan, Zhuowen's three good friends, furrowed their brows and looked worried. What does senior brother Zhuo's answer mean? Tong Chi Mei revealed a rare look of contemplation. She had been in contact with Zhuowen for a long time, but her insight was extremely sharp. She observed that Zhuowen knew his answer and was being laughed at by the people around him, but there was no change in his expression. There was not even the slightest bit of panic on his face. He clearly knew that his answer was the number of years, but he had no intention of changing it all. This made Tong Chi Mei feel that something was different. While others were observing his answer, Zhuowen was also observing other people's answers. However, to his disappointment, most of the answers did not exceed 100 million times. However, Tong Chi Mei's answer was slightly closer to 800 billion times. Next were Lin Zhe and Liang Dan. The two of them had 50 billion times and 30 billion times, respectively. Speaking of which, Zhuowen's answer was the most exaggerated. After all, Zhuowen's answer was 100 billion years, and one could move more than 86,000 times in a year. It could be said that his answer was more than 10,000 times Tong Chi Mei's 800 billion times. I feel that Tong Chi Mei's answer is very likely correct. When I was calculating, I also discovered that if one were to restrict movement according to the two rules, the number of times one could move would definitely be inestimable. Lin Zhe and Liang Dan's answers are actually not bad. They shouldn't be too far off. Perhaps these two people are closer to the correct answer. The mocking laughter in the square only lasted for a while. Everyone's attention was placed on Tong Chi Mei and the other genius disciples, completely ignoring Zhuowen. In their opinion, Zhuowen's answer was extremely absurd. It could not be the correct answer. However, no one noticed that Great Brahma, who was originally as calm as an ancient well, trembled slightly the moment he saw Zhuo Wenji's answer. Great Brahma's abnormality disappeared in a flash. Almost no one saw it. The only person who saw it was Zhuowen. Ha! Good. Your answer is really beyond my expectations. Great Brahma suddenly laughed. Among the crowd, Half Moon Hall's Hall Master Waning Moon revealed a brilliant smile. She was sure that Great Brahma was praising Tong Chi Mei. Waning Moon had also deduced the Tower of Hanno in the square. The result of Tong Chi Mei's deduction was actually very close to her deduction. She was quite confident in her deduction ability, so she felt that Tong Chi Mei's answer should be the closest to the correct answer. However, to everyone's surprise, Great Brahma did not look at Tong Chi Mei as everyone expected. Instead, he looked at Zhuowen and said, "Why did you give 100 billion years instead of the number of times?" "Because the number I deduced is too big, so I can only use years to replace it. If one move is counted as 1 second, then one can move 86,400 times in a day and more than 30 million times in a year. So I used years to replace the number of times," Zhuowen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Great Brahma's eyes grew brighter and brighter, but he laughed and said, "Good, very good. Although your answer did not meet my expectations, your answer is the closest to my estimation among so many people. The first place of the third round is definitely yours." As soon as he said this, the square suddenly quieted down. Many cultivators were dumbfounded, their gazes stiff. The other contestants on the golden platform were even more agape. They felt that it was inconceivable. They never expected that Zhuo Wen's most unique answer was the one that was closest to Great Brahma's expectations. and first place had been taken by a dark horse. Zhuowen had obtained it just like that. Tong Chimei's gaze was as calm as water, but her gaze towards Zhuowen was slightly complicated. In the first round, she had already been surpassed by Zhuowen once. Now, she had lost to Zhuowen again in the third round. After losing to the same person twice in a row, even Tong Chimei was a little confused. However, she concealed it very well. Her heart was only filled with regret. After all, without Zhuowen, her answer was actually the closest to Great Brahma's prediction. In other words, she could have gotten first place in the third round and had the opportunity to enter the Tower of Hanno for 3 days. Chapter 2042. Entering the Tower of Hanoi after a moment of silence. The entire square was filled with noise. The main topic of everyone's discussion was naturally Zhuowen, who had won first place in the third round. Facing countless envious, jealous, and even surprised gazes, Zhuowen's heart was abnormally calm. If they knew that Zhuowen had actually calculated the most correct answer and not this kind of rough answer, who knew what they would think in their hearts? Lord Brahma, you said that I can enter the Tower of Hanoi for 3 days, right? Zhuowen cupped his hands at Brahma. Brahma's eyes flashed as he nodded. Yes, you are indeed qualified to enter the Tower of Hanoi. You only have 3 days. Brahma waved his sleeve as he spoke, and a huge arched door appeared at the bottom of the Tower of Hanoi. A huge golden path extended out from the arched door all the way to the golden platform Zhuowen was on. Go on in. Brahma smiled, his voice as calm as water. It was impossible to tell what Brahma was thinking. Zhuowen frowned. He felt that Brahma was a little strange. According to the heaven-devouring demon emperor, the heaven-crushing essence of the great Brahma domain existed in the Tower of Hanoi. Why was Brahma so assured to let him in? Also, Brahma had instructed Envoy to let him stay and participate in the next 2 rounds. Could it be that Brahma already knew that he, Zhuowen, would be able to give the most accurate answer? Although he was full of doubts, Zhuowen still walked toward the Tower of Hanoi. Zhuowen had no way out now. Once he retreated, he would have to face the countless cultivators and sect authorities in the square. Everyone knew that he had the heavenly domain starry sky essence. Most of the cultivators in the square would not let him go. As for Brahma and Envoy they would probably just ignore him. After all, Zhuowen was not a cultivator of the great Brahma domain, nor was he a disciple of the great Brahma palace. Zhuowen followed the golden path and slowly entered the Tower of Hanoi. Under the gazes of countless people, Zhuowen's figure completely disappeared from the Tower of Hanoi. This kid must be killed. Lei Qi and Yu Yewei exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with killing intent. At first, they hadn't paid much attention to Zhuowen, but he had actually obtained the right to enter the Tower of Hanoi during the Galactic Tournament. That also meant that after this kid came out, he would definitely be reborn, and his future achievements would definitely not be low. Since they already had a grudge with this kid, they had to kill him before he grew up. Big Brother, on the other hand, Yin Chiyu's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She was not worried that Zhuowen would be in danger once he entered the Tower of Hanno, but that he would be in danger once he exited. She also knew how precious the heavenly domain starry sky essence was. At this moment, many of the cultivators on the public square were surging with undercurrents. She was afraid that once Zhuowen came out, he would become the target of public criticism. Mo Fan, Yushan, when Zhuowen comes out, you two should distance yourselves from him. Otherwise, our heavenly demon island will be implicated. Mo Ji transmitted his voice to Mo Fan and Yushan. Mo Fan and Yushan's eyes narrowed, but they shook their heads at Mo Ji. Mo Fan said, saving a life is like giving birth to a parent. Don't worry, Sect Master, we won't drag Heavenly Demon Island into this. We will stand on Zhuowen's side as friends. Yushan also nodded. Back in Devilfall Valley, if it weren't for Zhuowen, she would have already died. Now that Zhuowen was in trouble, she naturally wouldn't back down. Mo Ji let out a long sigh and didn't try to persuade them anymore. He knew Mo Fan and Yushan's personalities better than anyone else. Even if he tried to persuade them, it would be useless. However, Emoji wouldn't let the two of them take the risk. He planned to wait for Zhuan to come out and imprison the two of them to prevent them from acting rashly. "Master, help him!" Tong Chimay turned around and calmly looked at Elder Waning Moon. Elder Waning Moon frowned and said in a deep voice, "Chimay, do you know how many cultivators there are in this square? Do you know how many powerful cultivators are hidden among these cultivators? If the heavenly domain's starry sky essence hadn't been exposed, I could still help him, but I can't now." Tong Chimay's eyes were still calm as she said, "Help him." Elder Waning Moon's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she said, "Chimay, what's wrong with you? Could it be that you've fallen in love with that man? Also, where's the transportation token I gave you? I told you before that you can only give it to those close to you. Who did you get to?" Tong Chimay's eyes revealed a strange look as she shook her head and said, "I lost the transportation token. I didn't fall in love with Zhuan. It's because he helped me before and was willing to give me a drop of heavenly domain starry sky essence. I just wanted to repay him." Elder Waning Moon sighed softly and said, "Chimay, you don't understand. It's not just one or two people behind us, but the entire Half Moon Hall. Although the Half Moon Hall is known as the #1 sect of the 10 great sects, as time passes, the Half Moon Hall will also decline. If you provoke the entire star field for a strange man, the gains will not make up for the losses. Do you understand?" Elder Waning Moon earnestly advised, but unfortunately, Tong Chimay was not moved at all. "Master, I know all of this, but I just want to repay this favor. I only ask you to wait until Zhuan comes out of the Tower of Hanno and teleport him out of the square so that he won't be surrounded. His life and death will be up to the heavens," Tong Chimay said calmly. Elder Waning Moon fell into deep thought before finally nodding. "Since that's the case, I'll agree, but only this once." Although Elder Waning Moon would offend many people by teleporting Zhuan away, after Zhuan left, most of the cultivators would follow and chase after Zhuan. They wouldn't care about the people of the Half Moon Hall. As long as the Half Moon Hall didn't face all the cultivators, Elder Waning Moon was confident. 3 days later, we'll pay attention to the Tower of Hanno. Once Zhuan comes out, it'll be best if we capture him in front of everyone. I think that if our two sects work together, we should be able to take away Zhuan." Qin Yongzhang looked at Fu Pengfei beside him and transmitted his voice meaningfully. Fu Pengfei smiled and replied, "Sure, we'll split the heavenly domain's starry essence equally." It's said that Wei Shuo died in the 15th level of the Devilfall Valley. At that time, 2/3 of the light dots on the 15th level disappeared in an instant. The culprit was the 4th light that entered the 18th level. Yang Muchio's eyes narrowed, filled with coldness. She was now certain that the 4th light dot was Zhuan. He must be the one who killed Wei Shuo. Whether it was revenge or Zhuan's heavenly domain's starry essence, she wouldn't let go of either. On the square, the eyes of countless cultivators flickered. Clearly, they were all scheming something. The old man with rosacea rushed to Lord Brahma's side and whispered, "Lord, it seems that Zhuan is being targeted by most people." "What do you think?" the golden-armored man, Lei Gaochang, interrupted. "Lord Brahma has never interfered in the affairs of outsiders." "Bai Zhanchao, what do you mean by this?" The old man with rosacea looked coldly at the golden-armored man. Just as he was about to retort, Lord Brahma said indifferently, "Everything has its own destiny. We don't need to interfere too much. If this kid can't even escape this calamity, then it's his fate." As soon as this was said, the old man with rosacea frowned slightly, but the golden-armored man was full of joy and laughed heartily. Lord Brahma's words make sense. Everyone has their own destiny. If this kid doesn't have the strength to protect the treasure, then he doesn't have the qualifications to have it. Let's go. Protector Lei, follow me back to Lord Brahma Palace. As for Envoy Bai, you go according to the rankings for the various galaxies and forces, as well as the promised rewards. As Lord Brahma spoke, he left the square with the golden-armored man. The old man with rosacea had a complicated look in his eyes. He looked at the Tower of Hanno and sighed. What a pity. I'm afraid that this genius will completely fall in 3 days. The old man with rosacea admired Zhuan. He originally thought that Lord Brahma would take Zhuowen into Lord Brahma Palace, but now it seemed that Lord Brahma had no such intention at all. Back then, Lord Brahma didn't take in Lord Brahma Palace with such talent. I don't know what Lord Brahma is thinking. It's a pity that such a genius is going to die. The old man with rosacea sighed a few more times. He landed on the square and began to report the results of this interstellar tournament. There was no lack of lone cultivators participating in the interstellar tournament. Some of the more talented ones were basically divided up by the various forces in the interstellar field. As for the cultivators who didn't have good results, most of them were eliminated and left the square sadly. Hong Shan stood in the square in a daze, her pretty face full of bitterness. She had visited the teams of the 10 great sects, but no one was willing to take her in. She knew that her talent wasn't outstanding, but with her talent, it was more than enough to join the other forces in the interstellar field. However, her goal was the 10 great sects. She knew very well that only the identity of a disciple of the 10 great sects could make Luo Pengfei of the Dazzling Light Trading Company fear her. In the future, she could rely on the name of the 10 great sects to re-enter Brahma Planet and establish the Jianghong Trading Company. Chapter 2043. Purple Star Sovereign. This was a vast and empty space of darkness. Zhuowen walked slowly, his eyes full of vigilance. Although the Tower of Hanit was legendary in the Great Brahma domain, Great Brahma's attitude caused Zhuowen to be extremely vigilant. At the end of the darkness, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared, and Zhuowen quickly walked over. This is the Tower of Hanit. What appeared in front of Zhuowen was a red sandalwood table. On the table stood 3 thin needles, and on one of the needles was a gilded disc several inches in size. Zhuowen didn't rashly step forward to touch the small Tower of Hanoi. Instead, his powerful spiritual sense surged in all directions like a tide. The surrounding darkness seemed to be solid. The moment Zhuowen's consciousness came into contact with the darkness, he actually couldn't see what was at the end of the darkness. Zhuowen immediately activated the 300 divine soul galaxies in his spiritual space. His vast consciousness was like countless branches that broke through the surrounding darkness. Zhuowen discovered that his surroundings were similar to a large hall, and apart from the miniature Tower of Hanit in front of him, there was nothing else. Zhuowen pondered for a moment, then picked up the only gilded disc on the table and placed it in the other needle. Suddenly, a terrifying golden light illuminated the entire space, and then the golden light formed a golden staircase in the center of the space. Zhuowen revealed a look of understanding. He knew that as long as he moved the gilded disc to the other needle, a staircase to the next level would appear in this space. And wasn't this method the same as the riddle that Great Brahma had given him before? However, the needle on the first level only had 1 gilded disc, while the Tower of Hanit had 64 gilded discs. The second level was the same as the first, with a red sandalwood table and a miniature Tower of Hanit, but this time, there were 2 gilded discs on the needles. Zhuowen revealed a look of understanding. He already knew that the 64th level of the Tower of Hanit should correspond to a corresponding number of gilded discs. In other words, what appeared on the 64th level of the Tower of Hanit should be a miniature Tower of Hanit based on the Tower of Hanit. The question that Great Brahma gave before, could it be that Great Brahma has already reached the 63rd level and only needs to go to the 64th? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He knew that the question that Great Brahma gave in the 3rd round was definitely not aimless. Perhaps Great Brahma himself hadn't completely solved the riddle of the Tower of Hanit. So in the 3rd round, he wanted all the geniuses of the entire heaven domain to give a try. Great Brahma would have solved the riddle of the Tower of Hanit's Tower of Hanit, and thus obtained the heaven-shattering origin. Furthermore, since even Great Brahma had not been able to fully unlock the Tower of Hanoi, Zhuowen knew that the theory that the Tower of Hanoi had been built by Great Brahma was not valid. It was very likely that Great Brahma had found the Tower of Hanit and knew that the Tower of Hanit contained the heaven-shattering origin of the Great Brahma domain. He had been trying to solve the riddle of the Tower of Hanit all this time, but for countless years, he hadn't made any progress. Thinking up to this point, Zhuan revealed a look of excitement. He knew the true answer to the Tower of Hanoi, and he had calculated it from simple to complex. Every floor of the Tower of Hanoi posed no obstacle to him. What if I can obtain the heaven-shattering origin in the Tower of Hanot? Zhuan's eyes blazed as he began to solve the riddle of the Tower of Hanot. Soon, he broke through the 10th level, the 20th level, the 30th level. When Zhuan arrived at the 60th level, an ominous feeling rose in his heart, as if there was a terrifying danger on this level. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the sound of chains rang out in the empty space. Immediately after, Zhuan's eyes narrowed as he saw a figure wrapped in black iron chains in the golden light. The figure had its head lowered as it looked at the source of the golden light. And the source of the golden light was undoubtedly the miniature Tower of Hanot. In the 60th level of the Tower of Hanot, there were 60 stacked gilded discs. Blazing golden light shot out from them, dazzling and blinding. And this strange person wrapped in countless chains seemed to have gone mad as he constantly moved the gilded discs from the Tower of Hanot to another thin needle. His eyes were bloodshot like a wild beast. This time, I will definitely succeed. I will definitely. The strange person seemed to be sleep-talking as he muttered to himself. His right hand that was moving the gilded discs was as fast as the wind. Even Zhuan couldn't see it clearly because it was too fast. Zhuan shook his head and said, "With this arrangement, you won't succeed even after hundreds of millions of years." Creak. The strange person's right hand that was moving the gilded discs suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked at Zhuan, his eyes as terrifying as a wild beast's. "You're courting death, Scram." The strange man roared and waved his sleeves. A terrifying energy of thunder and fire intertwined and blasted toward Nietion. The energy of extreme thunder and extreme fire. The moment the energy of thunder and fire blasted out, Zhuan didn't hesitate to summon the black-clothed Zhuan. This energy of thunder and fire was the power of extreme thunder and extreme fire. This power was too terrifying. Although Zhuan's original body had advanced to the void sky realm, he didn't dare to resist it at all. BZZ, BZZ. As soon as the black-clothed Zhuan appeared, a terrifying purple-black lightning energy erupted. Then, with a boom, it blasted towards the thunder and fire energy. Poochie. Unfortunately, although the black-clothed one's extreme thunder was terrifying, it was as insignificant as an ant under the power of the thunder and fire energy. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the black-clothed Zhuan opened his heavenly thunder eye and released all the heavenly thunder within it. BZZZ. The heavenly thunder and the thunder and fire energy collided, erupting with a shocking power. Fortunately, the Tower of Hanot was sturdy enough and wasn't affected too much. The black-clothed Zhuan put away the white-clothed Zhuan and retreated continuously with a pale face. Although he released all the heavenly thunder in his heavenly thunder eye, it was still suppressed by the thunder and fire energy. This made Zhuan's heart tremble. He knew that the thunder and fire energy was just casually released by the strange person. Even so, he felt that it was difficult to resist even after using all his skills. It was really inconceivable. It's actually the power of extreme thunder. Little guy, you're an extreme thunder true god. However, if you don't receive any punishment for offending the Star Lord, wouldn't this Star Lord lose all his dignity? The strange person laughed strangely and waved his sleeve again. The thunder and fire energy instantly became even more terrifying. The heavenly thunder that was originally difficult to resist was instantly destroyed. Zhuan's eyes revealed a look of despair. The strange person in front of him was too terrifying. If the thunder and fire energy all landed on him, he would probably be seriously injured. However, the moment the thunder and fire energy landed on Zhuan, the thunder fire sword suddenly shot out from the spiritual ring and slashed. The thunder and fire energy was actually all swallowed by the thunder fire sword. Such pure thunder and fire energy. It's just right to refine the thunder fire sword. Xiao laughed loudly. Zhuowen was stunned and looked at Xiao strangely. He didn't expect Xiao to not be afraid of the terrifying thunder and fire energy at all. She even took the initiative to swallow the thunder and fire energy. She was really a freak. Thunder fire sword? Little guy, how did you get this thunder fire sword? The strange person suddenly exclaimed, and the mocking look in his eyes became extremely serious. This is my natal divine weapon, Zhuowen said indifferently. Bullsh *T. The thunder fire sword was clearly refined by this Star Lord. How did it become your natal divine weapon? Moreover, it was this Star Lord who taught this weapon spirit to cultivate and let it become a powerful weapon cultivator. The strange person sneered. However, how did the weapon spirit on the thunder fire sword become like this? The weapon spirit wasn't like this in the beginning. Could it be that after so many years of cultivation, the weapon spirit has become a dog? This is really embarrassing for this Star Lord. The strange person seemed to have noticed Xiao in the thunder fire sword and couldn't help but sigh loudly and curse without thinking. Hey, watch your words. This dragon lord is not a dog. I'm a noble dragon. Do you know that I'm a dragon? Xiao immediately became unhappy and couldn't help but raise her voice. I don't care if you're a dog or a dragon. You're still my old Wang Kai. Sigh, my Wang Kai. I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years. How did you cultivate to become like this? The strange person began to cry loudly and seemed to be crazy. If he met such a person in his previous life on Earth, he would definitely be called crazy. However, Zhuowen's gaze turned serious. He was extremely shocked because this strange person called himself the Purple Star Monarch. Who was the Star Lord? He was a peerless demon that shook the entire Great Brahma region. He was a terrifying person who became real God Extreme Thunder and real God Extreme Fire at the same time. If it wasn't for the 20th Wind disaster, the Star Lord would have become a third-level real god. Zhuowen didn't think that this person was lying. This was because this person had used the energy of both Extreme Thunder and Extreme Fire at the same time and almost killed him. In the whole Sky region, there were very few Extreme Way real gods. A real god who had both Extreme Thunder and Extreme Fire was even rarer. At least, Zhuowen had only heard of Z-Wei Star King who had achieved such an achievement. However, Zhuowen found it strange. It was rumored that the Star Lord had died in the 20th Wind disaster. Why would he appear in the 60th level of the Tower of Hanno now? Moreover, he was bound by iron chains as if he was a prisoner. Senior, you said you're the Star Lord? Zhuowen asked loudly. The Star Lord didn't care about Zhuowen at all. He continued to cry loudly and kept calling out Wang Kai, as if his Wang Kai had died a terrible death. As for Xiao she was so angry that she stomped her feet. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid of the strange person's powerful abilities, Xiao would have chopped him into pieces. Senior, I'm a guest of the Star Lord of the Star Lord. I've heard of the Star Lord's name and am fortunate to meet you today. I wonder if you're really the Star Lord of the Crepe Myrtle sect in the Star Lord. Zhuowen immediately mentioned the Crepe Myrtle sect. Chapter 2044. The Secret of the Purple Star Sovereign. Are you from the Purple Star System's Crepe Myrtle sect? The strange man looked at Zhuowen with glowing eyes. Zhuowen nodded and said, Junior is indeed a guest of the Purple Star System. If Senior doesn't believe me, you could take a look at this. With that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and a black vortex swept out. Through the black vortex, one could see a huge galaxy inside. This galaxy was the Purple Star System that Zhuowen had swallowed into his inner world. The strange man's eyes lit up. He recognized this galaxy at a glance. It was the Purple Star System. It can hold an entire galaxy. Your spatial artifact is really big. The strange man looked at Zhuowen meaningfully and pondered for a moment. Why is the Purple Star System so lifeless now? There is no vitality in the Crepe Myrtle sect? Seeing that the Purple Star Sovereign did not delve into Devour's inner world, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief and immediately took out a crystal ball. The Crepe Myrtle sect was destroyed by a cultivator named Lei Qi from the Serene Fantasy sect, one of the top 10 sects in the galaxy. The process is recorded in this crystal ball. Zhuowen said. The strange man took the crystal ball and looked at it silently for a while. Then his imposing aura crushed down like a mountain. The serene fantasy sect dared to destroy my crepe myrtle sect. Even the current sect master was kidnapped by that bastard Lei Qi. Do you really think my crepe myrtle sect is easy to bully? The strange man's voice was extremely cold. Seeing the strange man's appearance, Zhuowen knew that this person should really be the ancestor of the crepe myrtle sect, the Purple Star Sovereign who had once caused a sensation in the Great Brahma domain. But what he was curious about was why the Purple Star Sovereign was imprisoned here. Wasn't there a rumor that he had gone missing or even died? This old man must rush up to the Dark Mirage sect and pull out the teeth of that old, undying ancestor of the Dark Mirage sect. That old, undying ancestor's character is not good to begin with, and his disciples are even more disgusting. Damn it! Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign cursed. After venting for a while, the Purple Star Sovereign looked at the chains on his body and finally sat on the ground dejectedly. Damn it. So this old man has been trapped in this Tower of Hanoi for tens of thousands of years. Sighing softly, he looked at Zhuowen and said, Little brat, how did you get to the 60th floor? If the riddle of the Tower of Hanoi hasn't been solved, there's no way they would let you come up here, right? Crepe Myrtle Star looked at Zhuowen in surprise. He had spent tens of thousands of years to reach the 60th floor from the first floor of the Tower of Hanoi. This little guy seemed to have just entered the Tower of Hanoi. So how did he reach the 60th floor? Could it be that Lord Brahma was benevolent and directly sent this little fellow to the 60th level to relieve his boredom? Oh, I also came up from the first level, Zhuowen said indifferently. Purple Myrtle Star Monarch glared at Zhuowen and looked at him carefully. He said in disdain, Little brat, it's immoral to boast. You said you came up from the first level? How long have you been in the Tower of Hanoi? Even if you came in 10,000 years ago, you might not have reached the 60th floor. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. He said, Senior, I've been in the Tower of Hanoi for half a day, and I did reach the 60th floor from the first level. Purple Myrtle Star Monarch laughed loudly. Of course, his laughter was full of mockery. He said, I'm dying of laughter. You climbed from the first level to the 60th floor in half a day. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Little brat, this joke is not funny. Zhuowen silently looked at the laughing Purple Myrtle Star Monarch. He walked forward step by step and arrived at the miniature Tower of Hanoi in front of Purple Myrtle Star Monarch. Hey, little brat, what are you doing? Don't tell me you still want to solve the riddle of the 60th floor? Save your energy. I have been on the 60th floor for almost 10,000 years, and I still haven't found the correct way to solve it. You think you can? Purple Myrtle Star Monarch crossed his arms and sneered. Zhuowen ignored him. After mastering the formula of the Tower of Hanoi, the difficulty of the 60th floor was not much different from the first level. Zhuowen had deduced the answer to the 60th floor using the formula. As long as the correct answer was filled in the blank space on the red sandalwood table, the model of the Tower of Hanoi would automatically arrange itself. This was also the reason why Zhuowen could reach the 60th floor so quickly. After filling in the correct answer, a blazing golden light burst out and formed a staircase in the middle. Purple Myrtle Star Monarch's sneer suddenly froze. Then, his mouth opened wide like a chicken that had been slapped. At this moment, Purple Myrtle Star Monarch felt as if he had eaten *T. He had been fiddling with the riddle for almost 10,000 years and still could not solve it. And this little brat solved it so casually? Was this a joke? Senior, do you still think I'm joking? Zhuowen looked at Purple Myrtle Star Monarch very seriously. Purple Myrtle Star Monarch looked a little embarrassed, but he was obviously very prideful. He quickly corrected his attitude and said, Little brat, this Star Monarch was just testing you. When you entered this place, this Star Monarch already saw that you were extraordinary. You being able to solve this riddle was also within this Star Monarch's expectations. Now that I see it, this Star Monarch was right about you. Xiaohei looked at Purple Myrtle Star Monarch with disdain and sneered. Hindsight, Purple Myrtle Star Monarch did not care. Instead, he looked at Zhuowen and said, Is there a trick to this riddle? Then how about teaching this star monarch? Purple Myrtle Star Monarch quickly said. Of course there is a trick, but I have some questions to ask Senior. Zhuowen said with a smile. Purple Myrtle Star Monarch said, Ask away. Zhuowen pondered for a moment and said, I heard that Purple Myrtle Star Monarch was peerless and unparalleled in the world back then, and even pursued the three extremes. However, it was later rumored that Purple Myrtle Star Monarch disappeared during the 20th Wind Calamity. It was said that he had fallen. Bulsh asterisk T, Bulsh asterisk T. This star monarch is living well now, eating, drinking, and sleeping well every day. How could I have fallen? Which son of AB asterisk TCH said that? Purple Myrtle Star Monarch immediately lost his temper and shouted with spittle flying everywhere. Senior, this is just a rumor. What this junior is curious about is, how did Senior end up in the Tower of Hanno? Zhuowen asked in surprise. Purple Myrtle Star Monarch calmed his anger and said coldly, It was Lord Brahma who tricked me into coming here. I once won first place in the Interstellar Tournament, so I was allowed to enter the Tower of Hanno as an exception. Don't think that the Tower of Hanno is empty just because it is empty. There's an invisible and strange energy inside that cannot even be sensed. This energy can perfectly nourish your body, develop your potential, and subtly strengthen your divine soul, meridians, and every part of your body. And you won't be able to feel this change in the Tower of Hanno. Only after you leave the tower will you truly feel this inconceivable change. Back then, Great Brahma allowed me to stay inside for 3 days. After 3 days, I came out. Then, I discovered that my body had undergone a huge change. Then, Great Brahma told me about the 3 extreme realms. He told me to cultivate the 3 extreme realms. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He found that Purple Myrtle Star Monarch's experience was somewhat similar to his. He was also chosen by Lord Brahma and allowed to stay in the Tower of Hanno for 3 days. Back then, I didn't think too much about it and followed Lord Brahma's request to cultivate the power of the extremes. At the same time, I became the 2 extreme true gods of extreme thunder and extreme fire and rushed towards true god extreme wind. I have to say that the body that has been nourished in the Tower of Hanno really has an advantage when it comes to passing through true god disasters. At least when I was passing through the 20th lightning disaster and the 20th fire disaster, although it was also very dangerous, I passed through it without any mishaps. However, when I was passing through the 20th wind disaster, I was swept into the Tower of Hanno by a powerful wind disaster. I was also told that only by solving all the problems in the Tower of Hanno could I continue to pass through the 20th wind disaster and step into the true realm of the 3 extremes. At that time, I also knew that Lord Brahma's choice of me was a conspiracy. The guy didn't intend to let me reach the 3 extremes at all. Instead, he wanted to imprison me here and continuously decrypt the mysteries for him. At this point, Purple Myrtle Star Monarch's mouth was full of a cold smile, and his eyes revealed a look of wisdom. Zhuowen was shocked. He could already foresee what would happen to him next. It was very likely that it would be similar to Purple Myrtle Star Monarch's experience. If he really chose to reach the 3 extremes, he would definitely be swept into the Tower of Hanno during the 20th wind disaster and become a tool for Lord Brahma to decrypt the mysteries. In other words, as long as you completely solve the mysteries of the Tower of Hanno, you can advance to the 3 extremes? Zhuowen asked rhetorically. Purple Myrtle Star Monarch nodded and said, In theory, that's the case, but Lord Brahma is too cunning. I don't think things will be that easy, but I'm trapped here and have no choice but to passively solve the mysteries of the Tower of Hanno. When he spoke up to this point, Star Monarch Ziwei gazed at Zhuowen with glowing eyes and said, Kid, you're rather special as well. You ascended the 60th level in half a day. I presume even that fellow, Lord Brahma, is unable to accomplish that, right? How confident are you that you can reach the top of the Tower of Hanno? Purple Myrtle Star Monarch asked again. 100%, Zhuowen replied indifferently. Purple Myrtle Star Monarch's eyes shone brightly. He immediately nodded and said, Although your confidence is very high, You'd better not reach the 64th floor now. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt. Chapter 2045. Inheriting the Power of Thunder and Fire. Senior, what do you mean? Zhuowen frowned. Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign said, as far as I know, that old man Lord Brahma once reached the 64th floor, but he didn't solve the 64th floor of the Tower of Hanoi, so he should have left a mark on the 64th floor. Once someone reaches the 64th floor, that old man will immediately know, and if you solve the riddle of the 64th floor, what do you think that old man will do? Zhuowen was shocked. Even if Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign didn't say it, he knew that once he completely solved the Tower of Hanoi, Lord Brahma would only silence him. And he also knew that the Tower of Hanoi contained the heaven-breaking source. And, if he solved the riddle, it was likely that the heaven-breaking source would be released. Lord Brahma would definitely do anything to obtain it. Senior, thank you for your reminder, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign nodded and continued. What you should do now is to stay here for 3 days and then leave this place. When you reach my level of achievement, you will naturally be teleported here by the 20th storm. At that time, you and I will reach the 64th floor together and solve the last floor of the Tower of Hanoi. At that time, you and I will both be able to reach the 3rd level. 2 true gods of the 3rd level working together. Even if they are not a match for the Lord of the Sky region, it is almost impossible for Lord Brahma to kill us. Hearing Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign's logical analysis, Zhuowen nodded in his heart. Although Zhuowen didn't have much contact with Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign, he could see that Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign was a sincere person. At the end, Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign patted Zhuowen's shoulder and said, "Little guy, after saying so much, I still don't know your name." Junior's name is Zhuowen. Zhuowen said. Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign nodded and said, "About the Tower of Hanoi, let's talk about it again when you enter the tower for the 2nd time. Now, I heard that the Crepe Myrtle sect was destroyed by the Serene fantasy sect, right? Even the sect master has been captured by that son of a bitch Lei Qi, right?" Zhuowen did not say anything. He had already guessed what the Crepe Myrtle Star Lord wanted him to do. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Junior's words carry little weight. The Serene Mirage sect is one of the 10 great sects, its power unhindered. However, Purple Star Sovereign waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I'm not asking you to destroy the Dim Mirage sect. I want you to turn that nuisance Dim Mirage sect upside down. Don't worry, your strength is indeed trash, but you have the Thunderfire Sword." As he spoke, Crepe Myrtle Star waved his sleeve. The chain was like a black snake. It suddenly swept out and tied up Xiao He, who was sitting cross-legged on the sword hilt not far away. "Damn it, what are you doing?" All the hair on Xiao He's body stood on end as he desperately commanded the Thunderfire Sword. Unfortunately, the chain was very tight around the Thunderfire Sword, and there was no way he could break free. Crepe Myrtle Star Lord could not be bothered to pay attention to the screaming Xiao He. He grasped the Thunder Fire Sword in his hand and sighed softly. Wonkai, it's time to use you." As he spoke, he looked at Zhuowen and said, "The Thunder Fire Sword is a powerful divine weapon that I forged using the energy of the Thunder Fire Sword and the Fire Sword, as well as countless precious ores and materials. This sword is compatible with my energy. As long as you have this sword, and as long as the ancestor of the Dim Mirage sect does not come into being, you can do whatever you want." "What if he comes into being?" Zhuowen said with narrowed eyes. "Nonsense, of course you'll run. The ancestors of the 10 great sects are not to be trifled with. Once you see any signs of trouble, run for your life," Crepe Myrtle Star Lord said in a very unreliable manner. Zhuowen was speechless. Why was this Crepe Myrtle Star Lord so unreliable? Since he wanted him to cause trouble in the Dim Mirage sect, how could he not alert the ancestor of the Dim Mirage sect? Was this not pushing him into the fire pit? Of course, Zhuowen naturally would not say that. From the looks of it, Crepe Myrtle Star Lord intended to inject a portion of his energy into the Thunderfire Sword. If that was really the case, it would be a good thing for Zhuowen. After 3 days at the Tower of Hanoi, he would be surrounded by countless cultivators the moment he appeared in the square. With his current strength, it was basically impossible for him to break out of the encirclement. However, if he had the power of Crepe Myrtle Star-Lord, he might be able to break out of the encirclement if he took them by surprise. Although Lord Brahma might need him in the future, Zhuowen would not place all his hopes on Lord Brahma. He knew very well that Lord Brahma looked kind on the surface, but was actually more ruthless than anyone. Senior, don't worry. With your help, I will definitely turn the Dim Mirage sect upside down. Who the hell is the ancestor of the Dim Mirage sect? As long as I have Senior's help, they are all trash, Zhuowen said heroically. Crepe Myrtle Star-Lord looked at Zhuowen in puzzlement. Although he liked what Zhuowen said, he felt that it was somewhat false. Yes, don't worry. This Star-Lord will inject the true energy of extreme lightning and extreme fire into the Thunderfire Sword. It can display power comparable to the 7 steps of the Void Sky. However, I have to remind you that you cannot use it for more than 2 hours. Once it exceeds 2 hours, the Thunderfire energy will be used up. At that time, use it sparingly. This Star-Lord will now inject the energy of extreme lightning and extreme fire. Don't disturb me. As Crepe Myrtle Star-Lord spoke, he sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. He held the terrifying extreme lightning in one hand and the vast extreme fire in the other. He did not care about the cursing and shouting Xiaohei at all. He poured the energy of extreme fire and extreme lightning into the Thunderfire Sword. This caused Xiaohei to be in trouble. Although the Thunderfire Sword was forged from extreme lightning and extreme fire, Xiaohei was not the original artifact spirit, but a new artifact spirit. Naturally, she had not endured the taste of extreme lightning and extreme fire. Moreover, she had to inject so much lightning and fire energy at once. This caused Xiaohei to grimace in pain. She cried for her father and mother, cursing and begging for mercy. However, Crepe Myrtle Star-Lord did not care about Xiaohei's curses. Instead, he sighed softly and said, Wang Kai, oh Wang Kai, you were not like this before. You must remember that you are a noble artifact cultivator, not a lowly puppy. Don't bark like a dog. You must sound like a sword, understand? Zhuowen silently watched this funny scene, but he did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he slowly sat cross-legged. Although Crepe Myrtle Star-Lord had said that the energy in the Tower of Hanno was subtle and silent, Zhuowen knew that if he carefully sensed it, he should be able to sense it. The Tao Insight energy in my body seems to be boiling. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. When he carefully sensed the energy in the Tower of Hanno, he discovered that the Tao Insight energy in his body had begun to become restless, as if something was attracting it. In just an instant, waves of purple intent erupted from Zhuowen's body. This purple intent grew denser and denser, instantly filling the surrounding space. The originally dim 60th floor was now overflowing with purple light, making it seem extremely mysterious. Crepe Myrtle Star-Lord looked at the surrounding purple intent in surprise. His brows furrowed slightly, but he smiled and said, What an interesting little brat. I have never seen this energy before. I wonder how this kid obtained this energy. When the purple intent completely filled the 60th floor, Zhuowen immediately clearly felt the mysterious energy transmitted from the 60th floor. This energy was not Tao Insight. On the contrary, it was another mysterious energy that was extremely similar to Tao Insight. And in a sense, this mysterious energy was even above Tao Insight. It was even more mysterious, denser, and incomparably powerful. Perhaps this is the great Brahma domain's heaven-crushing source, creation manipulation. Tao Insight can actually cause such a powerful energy to resonate. Could it be that Tao Insight is really a power derived from the heaven-crushing source, Purple Chi from the East? After clearly feeling the mysterious energy in the Tower of Hanno, Zhuowen became even more certain that this should be the great Brahma domain's heaven-crushing source, creation manipulation. Zhuowen constantly used Tao Insight energy to observe this source energy. With this heaven-crushing source energy as a reference, Zhuan's understanding of Tao insight became deeper and deeper. The surrounding purple intent also became denser and denser, faintly transforming into purple qi. The purple intent transforming into purple qi was the symbol of a 7th-level Tao insight. In other words, Zhuan's Tao insight was transforming into a 7th-level Tao insight. When the 3rd day arrived, Zhuan slowly opened his eyes, and he looked at the violet energy in the surroundings that was transforming into violet Tao insight. Then he sighed lightly and said in a low voice, "I'm still lacking to advance to the 7th level of the Tao insight." However, Zhuan was already very satisfied. After all, it hadn't been long since his Tao insight reached the 6th level, and it wasn't very possible for him to advance again. Tao insight was extremely profound and miraculous. Even if he'd comprehended a trace of 9th-level Tao insight that day, it was at most a shortcut that ordinary cultivators had, and it was comparatively difficult for him to advance his Tao insight by himself. Although he wasn't able to advance his Tao insight to the 7th level this time, Zhuan knew that he was already very close to it. He only needed an opportunity to advance smoothly. The 3 days are almost up. The Tower of Hanoi is rejecting me, Zhuan muttered in a low voice. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Thunderfire sword transformed into a sword image and appeared beside Zhuan. Then, Xiaohei lay on the sword's hilt like a dead dog with eyes filled with hidden bitterness. Huh! After inheriting this Star Lord's extreme lightning and extreme fire energy, this artifact spirit has obviously become much more formidable and extraordinary. This is this Star Lord's true fortune. Little Zhua, take good care of my Wang Kai. Don't let him suffer any grievances, Star-Lord Ziwei said with a refreshed expression. Zhuan rolled his eyes. He really didn't see how Xiaohei was formidable and extraordinary. Instead, he was like a dying puppy that was about to starve to death. However, Zhuan faintly felt that there was an energy hidden within the Thunderfire sword that caused him to be extremely fearful. Chapter 2046. Everyone's target. Thank you, Senior. This junior will take his leave now. Zhuan cupped his hands at the crepe myrtle star sovereign. Immediately, a terrifying repulsive force acted on him like a hurricane. The crepe myrtle star sovereign nodded and looked at the gradually disappearing Zhuan with a complicated gaze. He muttered in a low voice, "It's been a long time since I've seen such talent. Perhaps he can really help me out of my current predicament." With that, the crepe myrtle star sovereign walked toward the golden staircase in the center and stepped onto the 61st floor of the Tower of Hanoi. The golden staircase appeared when Zhuan solved the 60th floor of the Tower of Hanoi. Since the riddle was solved, the crepe myrtle star sovereign naturally wanted to go up. Outside the Tower of Hanoi, the crowd in the square surged as countless gazes fell on the Tower of Hanoi. At this moment, the Tower of Hanoi seemed to have become a sweet steamed bun in the eyes of the crowd. 3 days have passed. That little bastard should be out. In the team of the dim mirage sect, Lei Qi's eyes were cold and the corners of his mouth curved into a bloodthirsty smile. Now, Lei Qi wanted nothing more than to tear Zhuan to pieces immediately, and the killing intent in Yu Yewei's eyes was even more intense. The disciples of the dim mirage sect were all eliminated in the second round, and his son, the strongest genius of the dim mirage sect, Yu Tanjing, was killed by Zhuan. The hatred of being eliminated and his son's death made Yu Yewei want nothing more than to tear Zhuan to pieces. As for the other cultivators in the square, it was naturally because of the heavenly starry sky essence in Zhuan's possession. Which cultivator would not want such a supreme treasure of the starry sky? If the heavenly starry sky essence had fallen into the hands of the disciples of the 10 great sects, the cultivators in the square would not have had any ideas about it. Because the 10 great sects had deep foundations and countless experts, and this time, each of them had their own sect masters, who would dare to act recklessly. But Zhuan was different. He was a rogue cultivator with no background, but he had obtained a treasure like the heavenly starry sky essence. The significance of this was completely different. He had no background, and his cultivation was not high, but he had such a treasure. Who else could he steal it from? The situation is not good. Mo Fan and Yu Shan furrowed their brows. The two of them had naturally sensed the undercurrents of the people around them. They knew very well that these people were waiting for Zhuowen to appear and then rush up to snatch the heavenly domain's starry sky essence from Zhuowen. Naturally, most of the cultivators in the square were loose cultivators. The rest were from the other forces in the star region, followed by the 10 great sections. Of the 10 great sects, the 9 great sects besides the Dark Mirage sect were not as impulsive and impatient. After all, they were one of the top 10 sects, the representatives of the most powerful forces in the star field. If they took the lead in seizing the treasures, they would be no different from robbers. Although most of the cultivators from the top 10 sects coveted the heavenly domain starry sky essence, they still had to do a good job on the surface, which was the so-called hypocrisy and formality. Tong Chimay looked at Elder Waning Moon and said, "Master." Elder Waning Moon rubbed her forehead and said, "Chimay, don't worry. I'll keep my promise and teleport Zhuowen out." After receiving Elder Waning Moon's reply, Tong Chimay's beautiful eyes calmed down. She nodded and remained silent. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in front of the Tower of Hanno, and then a figure emerged from the beam of light. "It's Zhuowen. Take him down. Don't let him off." No one knew who it was from within the crowd. Immediately, the entire square turned into an uproar. Numerous figures shot towards Zhuowen like arrows. Wait! Everyone is targeting Zhuowen because of the heavenly domain starry sky essence, right? Zhuowen, who had just been teleported out, suddenly shouted. His voice was like thunder, resounding throughout the square. As soon as these words came out, the cultivators who were rushing forward stopped and stared at Zhuowen with blazing eyes. "Zhuowen, you little brat, give me your life." A cold shout suddenly sounded out, only to see Yu Yue's beard and hair spurting out as he rushed toward Zhuowen like a madman, while Lei Qi followed closely behind. Unfortunately, Chen Yongzhong and Fu Pengfei reacted quickly and intercepted Yu Yue and Lei Qi. "Chen Yongzhong, Fu Pengfei, the two of you have stopped me one after another. Do you really think my serene fantasy sect is easy to bully?" Yu Yue roared. Chen Yongzhong sneered. "Yu Yue, who knows what you're thinking? Once Zhuowen is killed by you, wouldn't his heavenly domain starry sky essence be snatched away by you? At that time, if you leave, what should we do?" Fu Pengfei hurriedly echoed, causing Yu Yue's face to turn red and his whole body to tremble with anger. "Hi, everyone, please calm down. We can't be sure whether the heavenly domain starry sky essence is in Zhuo Xiaoyou's possession. It's better for everyone to ask before taking action, so as not to wrongly accuse an innocent person." Yang Muchio giggled and appeared out of nowhere, her beautiful eyes carefully sizing up Zhuowen. "I agree with Sect Master Yang's words. We must first confirm whether Zhuo Xiaoyu has the heavenly domain starry sky essence. Otherwise, it's not good to accuse an innocent person." Ling Yunji, the sect master of High Heaven Sect, also stepped forward and said with a faint smile. As for the sect masters of the other 10 great sects, they all nodded, causing Yu Yue's heart to sink and Lei Qi to frown. Since the 10 great sects had spoken, the other forces and rogue cultivators in the square naturally did not dare to act rashly. They just stared coldly at Zhuowen in front of them. Seeing all this, Zhuowen sneered in his heart. He knew that these cultivators of the 10 great sects were just putting on an act. As for those rogue cultivators, they made him feel even more disgusted. "Zhuo Xiaoyu, tell me, do you really have the heavenly domain starry sky essence on you?" Yang Muchio giggled. Zhuowen cursed this bitch in his heart. This woman's words had undoubtedly pushed him to the cusp of the storm, and it completely blocked off his path of retreat, causing him to have no choice but to answer truthfully. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen said seriously, "Sect Master Yang is right. I did get the heavenly domain starry sky essence on the 18th step of the sky stairway. At the end of the sky stairway, there are only 10 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence. Miss Tong Chi-mei of Half Moon Hall can testify to this, because she climbed the sky stairway with me. As soon as Zhuowen finished speaking, Tong Chi-mei immediately stepped forward and said, "Senior Brother Zhua is right. There were only 10 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence at the end of the sky stairway. I took 80% of it, and only 20% is still in Senior Brother Zhua's hands." As soon as these words came out, Zhuowen looked at Tong Chi-mei in surprise. He did not expect Tong Chi-mei to help him cover up the heavenly domain starry sky essence. He clearly only gave Tong Chi-mei 1 drop of heavenly domain starry sky essence. Elder Waning Moon was also surprised. She frowned slightly, as she also knew that Tong Chi-mei was protecting Zhuowen. So it was Tong Chi-mei who climbed the sky stairway with this kid. Since Tong Chi-mei took 80%, then this kid only has 2 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence on him. Only 2 drops? But even if it's 2 drops, it's not something a loose cultivator can get. In the square, there was a commotion. Many cultivators were surprised at first, but their eyes were still blazing as they looked at Zhuowen. That was 2 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence. 1 drop was enough to restore a cultivator to his peak, and 2 drops were enough to make them go crazy. As for Tong Chi-mei taking 80%, most of the cultivators in the square did not have any ideas about Tong Chi-mei. After all, Tong Chi-mei was backed by a colossus like the Half Moon Palace. Haha, so little brother Zhua still has 20% of heavenly domain starry sky essence on him. Big sister's request is not high. If you give big sister a drop of heavenly domain starry sky essence, big sister can satisfy any request you have. The smile on Yang Muchio's face grew wider, and her bell-like voice was filled with charm. This made Zhuowen curse in his heart. Yang Muchio had lived for God knows how long. She was already Zhuowen's grandmother's 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 grandmother. He had no interest in her, even if she looked as young and beautiful as a young girl. But when he remembered that this old woman's age was many times more than his, Zhuowen did not have any improper thoughts. Everyone may have misunderstood. I am a rogue cultivator. A treasure like the heavenly domain starry sky essence is a disaster for me, not a blessing. Therefore, during these 3 days in the Tower of Hanner, I have considered a lot and decided to hand over the heavenly domain starry sky essence on me. With that, Zhuowen took out a jade bottle from his spirit ring. He opened the bottle cork, and suddenly, a terrifying medicinal power soared into the sky, transforming into a brand new starry sky. It is indeed the heavenly domain starry sky essence. Seeing this scene, countless cultivators became excited, and the greed in their eyes became even stronger. It is a pity that I only have 2 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence on me, and there are so many people here. How should I divide it? Zhuowen pretended to be distressed. The strong are qualified to have it. How can the weak be qualified to have the heavenly domain starry sky essence? Someone in the crowd suddenly said. Zhuowen's eyes fell on Yu Yewei and Lei Qi, and he said with a smile, "Just now, these 2 people kept trying to kill me, which scare me out of my wits. How about this? I will give 1 drop of the heavenly domain starry sky essence to whoever kills these 2 people. Lei Qi counts as 1 drop, and Yu Yewei counts as 1 drop. What do you think?" Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, all eyes fell on Yu Yewei and Lei Qi, full of hostility and killing intent. Yu Yewei, Lei Qi, and the other disciples of the Xuanhuan sect all turned pale. There were many cultivators in this square, and the situation was complicated. If they were besieged by so many cultivators, even they would die. Everyone, don't be fooled by this boy. He is just a rogue cultivator. Just kill him and take the heavenly domain starry sky essence. Do you want to offend the Xuanhuan sect because of a rogue cultivator? Yu Yewei suddenly shouted. Suddenly, many cultivators stopped. After thinking about it, they felt that Yu Yewei's words made sense. Why should they be led by the nose by this rogue cultivator? It would be better to just kill him. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He knew that his plan to sow discord had failed. In the end, it was because he had no background. Since you don't think my idea is good, then forget it. Take these 2 drops of Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence. I will take my leave. Chapter 2047. Snatch, snatch. The moment the jade bottle flew towards the square, the entire square went crazy. Many cultivators rushed towards the jade bottle without any regard for their lives. Even the cultivators of the 10 great sects had made their moves. Qin Yongzhang and Fu Pengfei, who were originally blocking Yu Yue and Lei Qi, no longer cared about the 2 of them and directly rushed towards the jade bottle. Yu Yue and Lei Qi frowned. The 2 of them first looked at the jade bottle, then looked at the fleeing Zhuowen. In the end, they gave up on Zhuowen and joined the ranks of the robbers. This kid won't be able to escape. I have already placed an obscure divine sense imprint on him. With this kid's cultivation, he won't be able to detect it. After we snatch the Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence, we'll catch up to that little bastard and kill him. Yu Yue sent a sound transmission to Lei Qi, causing Lei Qi's heart to calm down. The 2 of them rushed into the crowd without any scruples. There were more than 100,000 cultivators in square. One after another, colorful attacks gathered together and exploded into a terrifying collision. Following that, screams rang out one after another. Many unlucky cultivators were directly blasted into smithereens. I got it. Haha. The Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence is mine. A cultivator suddenly caught the jade bottle and laughed out loud. Unfortunately, just as he laughed out loud, his entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Another large hand reached out and grabbed the jade bottle, then instantly fled. Unfortunately, the owner of this large hand didn't run for long before a long sword shot out like a shadow and pierced through his chest. This person let out a muffled groan and couldn't be any more dead. Just like this, the jade bottle was snatched by one cultivator after another, and then thrown out from one cultivator after another. The scene was even more chaotic. The cultivators of the 10 great sects did not rashly try to snatch it. Even the sect master did not dare to casually make a move. Instead, he hid in the crowd and occasionally killed the cultivators who had obtained the jade bottle. There were too many cultivators on the square, so they didn't dare to take action yet. Once they did, they would become the target of public criticism. Even if they were sect overlords, they might not be able to withstand the combined attack of more than 100,000 cultivators. In the distant starry sky, Zhuowen suddenly stopped. He then looked at the 2 figures behind him and said in a deep voice, "Chuyu, Hongshan?" These 2 beautiful figures were not unfamiliar to Zhuowen. They were Yin Chuyu and Hongshan. Big Brother Zhua. Right now, everyone is fighting for the Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence at the Tower of Hanno. Let's take this opportunity to leave. Once the fighting is over, I'm afraid the people of the Serene Mirage sect will come looking for you, Yin Chuyu hurriedly said. Sequoia also wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "You 2 leave this place first. I can't leave yet, because I have been planted with many divine sense imprints." Yin Chuyu's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Just as she was about to speak, Zhuowen immediately stopped her and said, "Let's leave this place first. This is a place of trouble. I will deal with my own matters." After saying that, Zhuowen took out a jade bottle from his spirit ring and handed it to Yin Chuyu. He transmitted his voice, "Chuyu, this is the Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence. Take it first and don't tell anyone about it. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for you, not a blessing." After saying that, Zhuowen left this place. Yin Chuyu still wanted to say something, but Zhuowen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Hongshan glanced at Yin Chuyu. She naturally saw the jade bottle Zhuowen handed to Yin Chuyu, but she didn't expect it to be the Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence. She didn't know the inside story and thought that Zhuowen only had 2 drops of Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence on him. Since he had just handed over the Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence, Zhuowen naturally couldn't have any more Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence on him. Zhuowen stopped on a meteorite and began to carefully scan his body with his powerful soul consciousness. The moment he threw out the jade bottle, he knew that the sect magnate had secretly left a soul consciousness imprint on him. After searching several times, Zhuowen found 5 soul consciousness imprints on his body. Each soul consciousness imprint had a different aura. Zhuowen wasn't unfamiliar with these 5 auras. They were the sect master of the Phantom Sect, Yu Yewei, the sect master of the High Heavens Sect, Ling Yunji, the sect master of the Demonic Pearl Sect, Yang Muqiu, the sect master of the Heaven and Earth Sect, Qin Yongzhong, and the sect master of the Void Piercing Peak, Fu Pengfei. These 5 people didn't have any friendship with him. They probably didn't have any good intentions by secretly leaving soul consciousness imprints on him. Zhuowen searched a few more times. After confirming that there were no soul consciousness imprints on his body, he summoned the black-clothed Zhuowen. The black-clothed Zhuowen's body was full of rolling demon qi. One could only vaguely see his figure. Because the demon qi was too strong, even the sect magnate couldn't tell that his real body was Devour. It could be said that the heaven-devouring devil book was created specifically for the black-clothed Zhuowen. Zhuowen's real body took off the spirit ring and handed it to the black-clothed Zhuowen, while the black-clothed Zhuowen put his real body into the spirit ring. This muddy water is going to be even more muddy. The black-clothed Zhuowen's mouth curved into an evil smile. Whether it was the Dark Fantasy Sect, Heaven and Earth Sect, Void Peak, or the Demonic Pearl Sect, if they wanted to rob him, they had to be mentally prepared. Thinking of this, the black-clothed Zhuowen quietly left this place and headed for the square of the Tower of Hanoi. No one would have thought that Zhuowen, who was originally exhausted from running for his life, would return at this crucial moment. At this moment, the competition in the square had reached its climax. When Zhuowen arrived at the square, everyone's eyes were red with greed. Of the 100,000 cultivators, tens of thousands had already died. Of course, the cultivators who died were basically rogue cultivators or disciples of weak forces. The cultivators of the 10 great sects were more cautious. Moreover, the sect magnate was also watching at all times. Obviously, they were waiting for the rogue cultivators to exhaust themselves. When they were almost exhausted, it would be their turn to act. The black-clothed Zhuowen silently mixed into the crowd, and his participation didn't attract anyone's attention. Although his body was full of demon qi, he was at most mistaken for an ordinary demon cultivator. The huge commotion at the Tower of Hanoi had already attracted the attention of the cultivators from the surrounding galaxies. Naturally, there were also those who joined the competition from the outside. Naturally, there was no lack of an unfamiliar demon cultivator like Zhuowen. Zhuowen quietly observed his surroundings. He noticed that among the 10 great sects, the Half Moon Palace and Heavenly Demon Island didn't join the ranks of the fighting. The other 8 sects were secretly mixed in the crowd, waiting silently. Zhuowen wasn't in a hurry. He was also waiting for the 8 great sects to act and kill each other. Moreover, Zhuowen paid special attention to Lei Qi of the Demonic Illusion Sect. When he noticed that Lei Qi was following closely behind Yu Yewei, a murderous intent rose in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. After another 6 hours, the number of rogue cultivators decreased. There were only about 10,000 left. The eyes of the cultivators of the 8 great sects lit up. They all used their various abilities and divine artifacts, rushing towards the jade bottle. The sect magnate was also in the lead. Yu Yewei waved his right hand. A terrifying energy turned into a huge hand and grabbed the jade bottle. Unfortunately, a huge sword the size of a mountain fell from the sky, and the huge energy hand crumbled inch by inch. Yu Yewei's eyes were gloomy. The owner of the huge sword was the sect leader of the Qi Cultivation Sword Sect, Xiao Yi. However, just as Xiao Yi's huge sword cut down Yu Yewei's huge energy hand, Yang Muqiu waved his sleeve. Demonic qi condensed into a huge saber and instantly blasted the huge sword away. In an instant, the 8 sect leaders and magnate had shed all pretense of cordiality and began to fight. The aftermath of the battle was like the end of the world. The surrounding square shook violently, as if it couldn't hold on any longer. As for the cultivators of the 8 great sects, they were also fighting for themselves. There were also rogue cultivators mixed in. However, due to the heavy losses of the rogue cultivators, they were suppressed by the small number of cultivators from the 8 great sects for a while. Everyone, the 8 great sects are using us rogue cultivators as cannon fodder. When we were fighting for the heavenly starry pith, these guys were hiding behind us. Now that we're almost exhausted, they're planning to eliminate us rogue cultivators. In the crowd, Zhuowen knew that it was time for him to step forward. Even if the 8 great sects didn't completely target rogue cultivators, he knew that if he wanted to muddy the waters, he had to make up some nonsense. Sure enough, as soon as Zhuowen's words came out, nearly 10,000 rogue cultivators were filled with righteous indignation. Recalling the attitude of the 8 great sects just now, they immediately knew that they were being used as cannon fodder. This brother is right. The 8 great sects are really despicable. They deliberately let us kill each other just now, and now they want to be the fishermen in the end. We can't let them succeed. Let's go. Let's go. What's so great about the 8 great sects? This is the middle universe, not the territory of the 8 great sections. Why should we be afraid? Kill them. Zhuowen's words were like a fuse. Nearly 10,000 rogue cultivators desperately bombarded the 8 great sects with divine abilities and attacks. Kill him. Ling Zhuo of the High Heaven sect had sharp eyes. He immediately noticed that the black-robed Zhuowen, who was covered in demon qi, was rallying the crowd. With a cold snort, he charged towards Zhuowen. The corner of Zhuowen's mouth was full of a sneer. He wasn't afraid of Ling Zhuo at all. With a clench of his right hand, he condensed a terrifying extreme thunder sword. Ling Zhuo's divine artifact was also a long sword. However, the moment he saw the extreme thunder sword in Zhuowen's hand, his face changed drastically. He could feel the terrifying energy in the extreme thunder sword. Unfortunately, he had already rushed in front of this demon cultivator. If he retreated, he would definitely expose himself. He could only continue to attack. Pung! The extreme thunder sword instantly collided with Ling Zhuo's divine sword. Ling Zhuo's divine sword shattered, while the extreme thunder sword streaked across Ling Zhuo's neck without any hindrance. Puchi! Ling Zhuo didn't even let out a groan. His head soared into the sky. A mist of blood burst out as his soul shattered. The terrifying lightning filled Ling Zhuo's entire body. Then his body shattered into pieces. Even the illusory heavenly bridge in his body wasn't spared. Chapter 2048. Disguising as a demon cultivator, the surroundings fell silent. Although Ling Zhuo was ranked at the bottom of the 10 great sects, he was still Ling Zhuo's top disciple. However, Ling Zhuo was still the strongest genius of High Heaven sect, and with his second stage Void Heaven cultivation, his combat power was even more terrifying than ordinary second stage Void Heaven cultivators. However, he was killed by this demon cultivator with surging demon qi. How terrifying was this person? Everyone, these people have gone too far. Moreover, this is the middle universe, not the territory of the 10 great sects. Do we have to swallow our anger and be cowards after being bullied and used by them? Today, are all of you willing to lay down your lives and shed your blood with me to fight these disciples of the 10 great sects? Let them have a deep impression of us. Let them know that we, rogue cultivators, are not a weak group. Once we gather, we can destroy any of their sects. After killing Ling Zhuo with a single move, Zhuowen shamelessly encouraged the surrounding rogue cultivators who were still in a daze. His voice was loud and deafening. In an instant, the rogue cultivator's hot blood was stirred up by Zhuowen. One by one, they shouted with blazing eyes. This brother is right. We have so many people. Even if our individual strength is not as good as the 10 great sects, our overall strength is not necessarily to be afraid. F*CK them. The 10 great sects are nothing. F*CK. What bullshit 10 great sects? They even schemed against rogue cultivators like us. Today we must kill all of them. The rogue cultivators were in high spirits. Then, they rushed forward like mad dogs. Among the 8 great sects, Yu Tanjing of the Gloomy Illusion sect, Ling Zhua of the High Heaven sect, and Wei Shuo of the Demonic Pearl sect had already fallen. There were only 5 strongest geniuses left. They were Lian Zhe of the Universe sect, Liang Dan of the Void Cleansing Peak, Tang Chong of the Qi Refining Sword sect, Lu Bowen of the White Jade Pavilion, and Mu Pandai of the Flower Butterfly Valley. This person is the instigator. Kill him. Lian Zhe's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he ordered the other 4 geniuses. Lian Zhe is right. If it was not for this person, these rogue cultivators would still be utterly defeated. However, because of this person, these rogue cultivators have joined forces and are extremely disadvantageous to us. Liang Dan added. Tang Chong, Lu Bowen, and Mu Pandai exchanged glances. Mu Pandai giggled and said, "Our Flower Butterfly Valley won't be participating in this mess." After saying those words, Mu Pandai led the Flower Butterfly Valley's disciples and left. Mu Pandai was still somewhat afraid of that devil cultivator. Her strength wasn't much different from Ling Zhua's. Since that devil cultivator could instantly kill Ling Zhua, he could also easily kill her. Therefore, in order to protect herself, she wouldn't take any risks. My Baiulo can't compare to you. I'll take my leave first." Lu Bowen smiled faintly and left with the disciples of White Jade Tower, retreating from the battle. After the disciples of the 2 sects withdrew, the combat power of the sects was immediately weakened by a lot. They were completely suppressed by the many rogue cultivators. "Brother Tang, what about you?" Lian Zhe asked Tang Chong with an ugly expression. "The 2 of you can rest assured that the Qi Refining Sword sect will support the 2 of you. The 3 of us will join forces to kill that devil cultivator first." Tang Chong sneered. Lian Zhe and Liang Dan were overjoyed. They had long been displeased with that devil cultivator. Moreover, Tang Chang's strength was also at the 4th level of the virtual sky realm. There wasn't much difference between them and the 2 of them. With Tang Chang's help, they had a greater chance of killing that devil cultivator. "Let's attack together." After saying that, Lian Zhe, Liang Dan, and Tang Chong turned into 3 black shadows. Like a hurricane, they swept towards the black-clothed Zhuowen, who was mixed in with the rogue cultivators. Zhuowen sneered. He did not face the 3 of them head-on. Although he was not afraid of them, it was still difficult for him to face the 3 of them at the same time without exposing his identity. Before dealing with the 3 of them, he naturally planned to kill more disciples of the 10 great sects first. The disciples of the 10 great sects who could enter the trial ground this time were basically the elites of the sections. If he could kill them all, it would definitely be a great loss to the sects that wanted to kill him. In particular, he had to kill the disciples of the Gloomy Illusion sect without a doubt. Next would be the Cosmic sect and the Void sect. Chen Yongzhang and Fu Pengfei of these 2 sects weren't good people. He wouldn't let them go either. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. Lian Zhe sneered. He struck out with his right hand, and the surrounding space distorted, forming an extremely huge spiral vortex that dazzled the eyes of those who saw it. Liang Dan and Tang Chong attacked as well. They joined forces with Lian Zhe, wanting to completely block Zhuowen. Zhuowen sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, an extremely huge devouring vortex appeared before him. The attacks of Lian Zhe and the other 2 were all sucked into the devouring vortex the instant they hit it. Zhuowen took advantage of the situation and rushed into the crowd of sect disciples. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After entering the crowd of sect disciples, Zhuowen unscrupulously slashed out with the extreme thunder sword. The terrifying purplish-black lightning was like the might of the heavens. It stretched across the void and erupted with a strange and dazzling purplish-black light. Almost every time the extreme thunder sword slashed out, 1 or several sect disciples would fall. It could be said that he killed a person with every step and left no one behind. Stop! After Lian Zhe and the other 2 blasted open the devouring vortex, they saw the demonic cultivator wantonly killing the sect disciples. Their eyes immediately turned red. In just a short while, the demonic cultivator had killed nearly a third of the disciples, totaling more than 100 people. This killing speed simply made Lin Zhe, Liang Dan, and Tang Chong dumbfounded. When Lin Zhe and the other two rushed over again, Zhuowen didn't hesitate to use Devour's innate ability, Purgatory. Black qi rolled and shrouded the area within a radius of tens of millions of miles, as if it had turned into a dark purgatory. Eerie, refined souls burst out of the purgatory and pounced on the surrounding cultivators like maggots in a corpse, greatly weakening their power. Lin Zhe and the other two were no exception. Moreover, their speed was greatly reduced in this domain. Zhuowen still didn't pay attention to Lin Zhe and the other two. Instead, he quickly rushed toward the other sect disciples. Moreover, he purposely canceled the effect of purgatory on the rogue cultivators. For a moment, the rogue cultivators were enraged and killed the sect disciples without leaving a single one alive. Coupled with Zhuowen's participation, in less than a quarter of an hour, only a few sect disciples were left. Moreover, the remaining disciples of the main sect all showed fear and began to flee. They didn't dare to face the rogue cultivators anymore. What bullshit main sect disciples? Aren't they also scared shitless by us rogue cultivators? The rogue cultivators roared with laughter. Their laughter was unbridled, and they didn't care about the ugly faces of Lin Zhe and the other two. You're all dead. Lin Zhe's eyes were bloodshot. He immediately took out a jade token and prepared to inform the other sect leaders who were still fighting for the heavenly starry sky essence. What? Zhuo was killed? This bastard dared to kill my son? First Elder, capture the murderer for me. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Ling Yunji received Lin Zhe's voice transmission. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. Although he knew very well that he had to leave this place and kill the murderer with one palm, he still couldn't bear to give up the fight for the heavenly starry sky essence. This time, Ling Yunji brought the first elder, who was now assisting him in the fight for the heavenly starry sky essence. However, Ling Zhuo's death had completely disturbed him. He immediately ordered the first elder to capture the murderer. Lei Qi, you go and kill the murderer too. Most of the disciples of the Serene Fantasy sect were killed by the demon cultivator. We can't let this evil rogue cultivator go. Yu Yue also secretly instructed Lei Qi. Lei Qi nodded. She withdrew from the group fighting for the heavenly starry sky essence and went straight to the rogue cultivator. The first elder of the High Heaven sect, a black-robed old man, followed closely behind. Both of them had extremely terrifying cultivations. They were both elders of their respective sects and had reached the 5th step of the Void Sky realm. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He quietly released his disguised main body and mixed in with the rogue cultivators. The black-robed Zhuowen immediately fled towards the starry sky outside the square. Where do you think you're going? Lei Qi shouted coldly. She clenched her right hand, and terrifying lightning condensed into a sharp spear. With a whoosh, the lightning spear was thrown out by Lei Qi. It pierced directly towards the back of the black-robed Zhuowen. The black-clothed Zhuowen sneered as he opened his heavenly lightning eye. The lightning spear was swallowed by his heavenly lightning eye. Fortunately, the black-robed Zhuowen was shrouded in demon qi, so Lei Qi did not see the heavenly thunder I released by Zhuowen. Otherwise, she would definitely recognize that the demonic cultivator covered in demon qi was Zhuowen in disguise. This rogue cultivator is really not simple. Lei Qi's eyes were filled with killing intent. She immediately increased her speed and chased after him. Lin Zhe, Liang Dan, and Tang Chong naturally followed closely behind. This demonic cultivator had killed many disciples of their respective sects in front of them. They could not take this lying down. The 6 people chased and soon disappeared from the range of the Tower of Hanno. Let's leave quickly. When those sect overlords react, they will definitely settle the score with us. The rogue cultivators in the square also hurriedly scattered and fled in all directions. The white-robed Zhuowen mixed in with the crowd. His eyes flashed, but he quietly flew in the direction Lei Qi and the others were chasing. With the torch dragon wings, the white-robed Zhuan was extremely fast. After flying for about 2 hours, he stopped on a huge meteorite. Then, he hurriedly formed a series of seals with both hands. He used Omni Devourer to set up one complicated trap array after another on the surface of the meteorite. He also set up dozens of killing arrays inside the trap array. Outside the trap array, he set up a shielding array to prevent them from being discovered. Moreover, he did not set up one trap array after another. He covered the entire meteorite that was tens of thousands of feet in size. Once a cultivator entered the meteorite, they would immediately trigger the trap array inside. Once one was triggered, it would trigger a chain of trap arrays. Countless trap and killing arrays inside would be triggered at the same time. Chapter 2049. Premeditation. His main body sat inside the meteorite and released his powerful divine sense on the surface of the meteorite. Whoosh! Suddenly, the meteorite swept forward like a hurricane. His main body and the black-clothed Zhuan had an inseparable connection. He only needed to sense carefully to sense the direction of the black-clothed Zhuan. Inside Great Brahma Palace, Great Brahma sat cross-legged on a golden futon. His eyes were golden, and he looked as serene as a Buddha. The old man with rosacea walked into the huge hall and bowed to Great Brahma. "My lord, Zhuan has come out of the Tower of Hanno, and many cultivators are coveting him. What do you think? We don't need to care. If he dies, so be it. It has nothing to do with our Great Brahma Palace. Of course, it would be best if he didn't die." Great Brahma closed his eyes and said indifferently. The old man with rosacea had a complicated look in his eyes. He couldn't guess Great Brahma's thoughts. Every time the first place was selected in the interstellar tournament, Great Brahma always had the same attitude. He didn't care if the first place was dead. If that was the case, why did Great Brahma insist that Zhuan continue to participate in the tournament? Although he couldn't guess Great Brahma's thoughts, the old man with rosacea didn't dare to gossip. He bowed and left the hall. "My lord, I have some matters to attend to and need to leave for a while." The golden-armored man suddenly bowed. Great Brahma took a deep look at the golden-armored man and nodded. "As you wish." The golden-armored man was overjoyed. He quickly thanked him and left Great Brahma Palace. This boy has the power of Tao Will and appeared in the Great Brahma domain. Could it be that the Great Pure One deliberately let him in? But this has nothing to do with me. If he can survive this siege, I will give him another chance to enter the Tower of Hanno. The corners of Great Brahma's mouth curled up, looking unfathomable. However, Great Brahma's smile only lasted for a moment before it became serious. His gaze fell on the front. In front of him was a hazy purple light, revealing the blurry figure of a Taoist. "Long time no see, Great Brahma." The Taoist figure smiled faintly. Brahma's gaze focused slightly, and he said, "Grand Pure One, it's indeed been a long time. May I know why you came uninvited today?" This Taoist figure was Grand Pure One. Grand Pure One did not mind Great Brahma's not-so-good attitude. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't you know?" Great Brahma smiled and said, "Are you here for that Zhuan?" "I'm just reminding you that Zhuan is my disciple," Grand Pure One said. Brahma narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at Tai Ching before he said, "So that's how it is. No wonder this kid was able to comprehend 6 levels of Tao insight. So he's your disciple. I wonder why your disciple brought him to my Brahma? Due to various reasons, there is some estrangement between us. He doesn't want to stay in the Tian domain of Huaxia, so he came to the Great Brahma domain, which is the closest to the Tian domain of Huaxia. Also, you should know about my bet with Sakyamuni, right?" Tai Ching suddenly said. Brahma grinned and said, "Of course I know. You guys proposed a bet because of that planet of life in outer space. As far as I know, that planet has completely become an abandoned planet. Also, the little fellow that lived on that planet has disappeared. What happened?" Great Brahma asked. The other rulers of the heavens knew about the bet between Sakyamuni and Grand Pure One. However, That planet of life was blocked by the two of them. The other rulers of the heavens had no idea what happened inside. Among the 8 heavens, Brahma was at the bottom and could be considered to be in a weaker position. Even if he was curious, he could not break through the combined power of Sakyamuni and Grand Pure One. Hee. It doesn't matter if we win or lose, but that little guy Zhuowen is very important. I think Sakyamuni and I have the same thoughts on this. Tai Ching smiled and looked at the other side of the great Brahma Heaven Palace. There, a monstrous bloodlight flashed, and a terrifying stench spread throughout the great Brahma Heaven Palace. Brahma frowned slightly. He was unhappy, but he didn't dare say it out loud. The owner of the bloody light was someone he couldn't afford to offend. The bloody light constantly intersected and projected into Brahma Palace. This was an imposing figure. He was sitting cross-legged on a blood-colored rock. His cold face was filled with a domineering aura. On his forehead, there was a thin, blood-colored vertical scar. Sakyamuni. Brahma frowned. His eyes were full of wariness as he frowned. Sakyamuni opened his eyes. He first looked at Grand Pure One, then at Brahma. Brahma, no matter what you do to Zhuowen, if I find out that he's dead, I will tear down your Brahma Palace. After saying that, Sakura's image dissipated. It could be said that he came quickly and left quickly as well. Brahma, my thoughts are similar to Sakyamuni's. Then I'll have to trouble you. The Grand Pure One said with a smile and slowly disappeared. Great Brahma's eyes darkened as he said in a low voice, Sakura, Tai Ching, these two fellows think that I, Great Brahma, am a pushover just because they have a deeper understanding of the heaven-crushing essences of their respective heavens? Now, they're threatening me? Once I completely open the Tower of Hanno, I will also completely possess the heaven-crushing origins of the Brahma domain. At that time, the Brahma domain will no longer fear the Sakyamuni domain and the Huaxia domain. Brahma's eyes were full of light. He didn't pay much attention to Zhuowen reaching the 60th level of the Tower of Hanno, so he didn't know about it. However, he did know that the passage from the 60th level to the 61st level had been opened. That Zhuowen isn't simple either. When he reaches the 3 extremities, he will also be teleported into the Tower of Hanno. Once I can open the Tower of Hanno, will my Brahma domain be afraid of the other heavens? However, I still have to pay attention to Zhuowen's life and death. If I save him when he's on the verge of death, I'm afraid he'll be very grateful to me, right? Brahma domain was secretly scheming. He naturally knew where Lei Gaochang was going, but he didn't want to stop him at all. He just wanted to put Zhuowen in a desperate situation. Only by saving Zhuowen in a desperate situation could he obtain the greatest amount of goodwill and gratitude from Zhuowen. In the cold and dark starry sky, a large and a small streak of light quickly passed through. The small streak of light was at the front, and inside it was a figure covered in demonic chi. The large streak of light behind it was made up of 5 figures, and they chased after the figure covered in demonic chi with murderous intent. This guy's speed is really fast. The high heavens sex black-clothed elder frowned slightly, his voice deep like a great bell. Lei Chi's eyes were gloomy as a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. I have a thunder disk here. Its speed is comparable to Earth's shrinking, but I need the 4 of you to help me activate it. It requires a huge amount of energy, and I can't bear it alone. No problem. The black-clothed elder immediately agreed. Lian Zhe, Liang Dan, and Tang Chong also had no objections, and the 5 of them poured their energy into the thunder disk. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the thunder disk broke through the sky, turning into a long blue tail in the starry sky, and disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already behind the black-clothed Zhuowen. The black-clothed Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he grasped with both hands, condensing 2 extreme thunder swords and slashing at the thunder disk. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning splashed out, and the black-clothed Zhuowen was sent flying with a grunt. Asterisk swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Asterisk Lei Chi took the lead and slammed his palm to the back of Zhuowen's heart. At the same time, the black-clothed elder took out a long sword and stabbed it at the back of Zhuowen's head. Lian Zhe, Liang Dan, and Tang Chong all took out their respective divine artifacts and controlled them to attack Zhuowen's vital points. In an instant, Zhuowen's entire body was surrounded by powerful divine artifacts and attacks, and there was no way for him to escape. Zhuowen had no choice but to use the heaven-devouring demon book with all his strength. Countless devouring vortexes surrounded his body, intending to resist this wave of attacks. Pucci, spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhuowen fell down like a falling leaf. Fortunately, the black-clothed Zhuowen's original body was devoured, so although he was injured, his foundation was not damaged. The black-clothed Zhuowen landed on a huge meteorite and struggled to get up, as if he was seriously injured. "Let's go." Lei Qi's eyes were filled with joy as he chased after him. The black-clothed elder and the others naturally followed closely behind. However, the moment Lei Qi and the others entered the meteorite, they suddenly realized that the demonic cultivator with surging demonic qi had disappeared, as if he had vanished into thin air. "What's going on? Where did he go?" Lian Zhe frowned and whispered. The black-clothed elder's face was gloomy as he said in a deep voice, This is a trap array? Someone has set up a trap array here." "What? How can a mere meteorite have a trap array? Could it be that someone is plotting against us?" Liang Dan gasped. Lei Qi narrowed his eyes and punched out with his right fist. In an instant, terrifying bolts of lightning swept out and turned the surroundings into an extremely terrifying lightning prison. Swoosh! 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 Lei Qi's attack instantly triggered the restriction here, and the killing array within the trap array was immediately activated. Invisible blades rained down like a rain of arrows, densely filling the surroundings and enveloping everyone. "There's a killing array here, damn it." Chapter 2050. Lei Qi's self-destruction, the killing formation, was ever-changing. Invisible blades, torrents, flames, and even a rain of arrows. It could be said that there were many variations and powerful attacks. It was not difficult for Lei Qi and the other four to block it. After all, the level of the trap and kill formation was not too high. At the edge of the meteorite, Zhuowen's original body met up with the black-clothed Zhuowen. His gaze passed through the layers of trap and kill formations and landed on the 5 people in the center. He sneered, "The nightmare has just begun." As he spoke, Zhuowen formed a seal with both hands. Instantly, the trap and kill formations on the meteorite began to explode one after another like a domino effect. In just an instant, the trap and kill formations on the meteorite exploded. It was gorgeous like fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. Lei Qi and the other 4 had just blocked the attack of the trap and kill formation in front of them. Immediately, they sensed the terrifying attacks of countless trap and kill formations around them. What kind of lunatic is this? He actually covered the entire meteorite with trap and kill formations. The black-clothed old man roared with a flushed face. Lei Qi also held her breath and said coldly, "Let's not care about this first. Let's block the explosion of the trap and kill formations first." This time, it was not just one trap and kill formation that attacked, but dozens of trap and kill formations. It could be seen how terrifying the attacks were. The 5 of them used all of their trump cards and barely managed to block the attack formed by the dozens of confinement killing arrays. Swoosh! 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 Suddenly, the black-clothed Zhuowen and the white-clothed Zhuowen rushed toward Tang Chong and Lian Zhe at the back. "How dare you?" Tang Chong and Lian Zhe naturally noticed that someone was ambushing them. With a roar, they took out their respective divine weapons and blasted them at the 2 people who ambushed them. Of course, the 2 of them were also blocking the attacks of the trap and kill formations at the same time, so they did not use their full strength. They still used a portion of their strength to block the attacks of the trap and kill formations. Firmament Precept Territory. His original body's gaze was cold as he swung the glorious purple galaxy sword. Countless sword lights poured down like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens, finally forming a huge and terrifying territory shadow. After using the sixth move of the Dao Destruction Sword Art, the Heavens Vault Dao Territory, his main body waved his sleeve and summoned the 64 Golden Devil No Beginning Swords. 64 No Beginning Demon Golden Swords turned into a huge and terrifying vortex of killing intent. This vortex of killing intent was so huge that it formed a huge demonic dragon. It roared and swept towards Tang Chong. Tang Chong showed an unsightly expression. The Sky Dome, Dao Domain, and the demonic dragon image formed by the first demonic golden sword exhausted him. Bang! Tang Chang's face turned pale the instant he blocked the Heavenly Vault Dao Domain. When the demonic dragon smashed into it, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Just like Tang Chong, Lianze also flew out in a sorry state. If they were facing Zhuan's main body and the black-clothed Zhuan head-on, Tang Chong and Lianze would not be in such a sorry state. However, they still had to resist the attacks of the trap and kill formation and were unable to exert their full strength. How could they be a match for Zhuan's main body and the black-clothed Zhuan? Bastard, it's actually you, you little bastard. Lei Qi's eyes were red. He immediately recognized the glorious amethyst galaxy sword and the first demonic golden sword. He knew that it was that bastard Zhuan who was scheming against him. Die! Lei Qi was unable to restrain his anger. With a wave of his sleeve, he threw out the lightning disc from before and blasted it toward Zhuan's main body and the black-clothed Zhuan. Unfortunately, the two of them immediately disappeared with the help of the trap and kill formation. The lightning disc missed. Save us! Tang Chong and Lianze were in an extremely sorry state as they landed several hundred feet away. This distance was only a matter of seconds for the few people present. However, they were currently in the midst of the trap and kill formation that had erupted. It was difficult for them to move forward to save the two of them. Tang Chong and Lianze's faces turned pale when they saw that Lei Qi and the others were indifferent. They could only barely resist. Puffed. Unfortunately, a purple sword swept out like a ghost and instantly beheaded Tang Chong and Lianze, who were still barely resisting the trap and kill formation. Even the illusory heavenly bridge in their bodies was destroyed at the same time. Zhuan's main body leisurely stepped out and took Tang Chong and Lianze's spirit rings. He looked at Lei Qi and the other two and grinned. It will be your turn soon. Zhuan's smile made Lei Qi and the other two feel a chill in their hearts. Brother Zhua, this is all a misunderstanding. I withdraw. Liang Dan immediately said. Tang Chong and Lianze were both dead. He knew that he was probably the weakest among the three of them in this trap and kill formation. He would definitely be the next to die. Lei Qi and the black-clothed old man were both elders, and their cultivation was at the 5th stage of the illusory sky realm. They were much stronger than him. He did not want to die, so he immediately begged for mercy. Brother Liang, there is no enmity between us. I can let you go. Just take 1,000 steps back. That is the exit. Go. Zhuan's voice suddenly appeared in Liang Dan's mind. Liang Dan was overjoyed. While Lei Qi and the black-clothed old man were not paying attention, he quickly retreated. Zhuan, just you wait. You killed Tang Chong and Lianze. You're finished. The Qi Cultivation Sword Sect and the Qinquan Sect will definitely not let you go. Our Chongsu Peak will not let you go either. After I escape, I will immediately inform our sect master. I will not let you go. Liang Dan thought bitterly as he retreated. Liang Dan, where are you going? Lei Qi suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at Liang Dan, who was retreating. Liang Dan did not pay attention to Lei Qi at all. He quickly retreated and finally retreated to 1,000 steps. Just when he thought he was about to leave, he found that the trap and kill formation here was even more terrifying. It was like a mountain pressing down on him. Even moving was a luxury. Zhuan, you lied to me. Didn't you say you would let me go? You be *starred. Liang Dan's eyes were filled with resentment. He desperately urged his strength to resist the terrifying trap and kill formation's power that was pressing down on him. Zhuan slowly stepped out. The no beginning devil golden sword and glorious amethyst galaxy sword attacked at the same time and blasted towards Liang Dan without hesitation. Liang Dan desperately resisted. Unfortunately, he had to spend most of his energy on resisting the trap and kill formation, although he kept dodging his vital points. The no beginning devil golden sword and glorious amethyst galaxy sword's angle was too tricky, causing Liang Dan to be exhausted, and the injuries on his body were increasing. Zhuowen, you deserve to die. Liang Dan roared with resentment. However, it quickly stopped abruptly because Zhuowen's glorious amethyst galaxy sword had pierced through the center of his brows. What a joke. When Liang Dan went out, he would definitely send a signal to the Chong Su Peak and the other sect masters. Zhuowen, was not that stupid. The voice transmission just now was just a casual remark. In fact, he did not think that Liang Dan would fall for it. However, he did not expect Liang Dan to trust him so much and really retreat 1,000 steps, seeking his own death. Zhuowen, you're finished. You killed Lian Zhe, Liang Dan, and Tang Chong. In addition to you, Tanjing and Ling Zhua, you killed the strongest geniuses of 5 sects. You will be hunted down by these 4 sects, the black-robed old man said in a deep voice. Oh, so what? Killing 1 is killing 5 is also killing. Since I've already killed them, why not kill more? Only then will it be worth it, Zhuowen said with a grin. The black-robed old man's eyes narrowed slightly, but he sneered. Lei Qi and I are both cultivators of the void sky, 5th step. Although your trap and kill formation is strong enough, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to kill the 2 of us. Yes, it won't be easy for me to kill you, but it will be easy for it to kill you. The corner of Zhuowen's mouth was full of mockery as he summoned the Thunderfire Sword. This Lord Dragon is suffocating. The energy of the combination of extreme lightning and extreme fire is too terrifying. This Lord Dragon needs to vent. After saying that, Xiaohe didn't wait for Zhuowen's order and rushed towards Lei Qi and the black-robed old man. It's just a mere void sky divine artifact. Do you think you can kill me with it? What a joke. The black-robed old man sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, a black longsword cut through the void like a ghost in the night and blasted towards the Thunderfire Sword. A mere void sky, 5th step trash. What qualifications do you have to talk about this Lord Dragon? Do you believe that this Lord Dragon won't beat you to the ground with a slap? Xiaohe rolled his eyes in an extremely annoying manner. Then, he controlled the Thunderfire Sword and slashed down fiercely. The energy of extreme lightning and extreme fire covered the sword. Crack! The black-robed old man was stunned to find that his black longsword had actually shattered. This was unbelievable. However, before the black-robed old man could react, his hands had already been cut off. He didn't even see how the Thunderfire Sword cut off his hands. What kind of power is this? The black-robed old man whispered with trembling lips. Extreme lightning and extreme fire? How is this possible? What's the deal with this divine artifact? Lei Qi exclaimed in shock. Pucci. As soon as Lei Qi finished speaking, the Thunderfire Sword turned into an arc and instantly chopped off the black-robed old man's head. One had to know that the Thunderfire Sword had been imbued with the power of the Purple Star Monarch. Back then, he had solemnly vowed that the power in the Thunderfire Sword was comparable to the Void Sky 7th step, which was equivalent to the strength of a sect overlord. The power of the Void Sky 7th step was not something that the black-robed old man and Lei Qi, who were both Void Sky 5th step elders, could withstand. It's your turn. After killing the black-robed old man, Zhuowen slowly walked towards the Thunderfire Sword. He calmly put away the black-robed old man's spirit ring and looked indifferently at Lei Qi. This old man is unwilling to die in the hands of a mere ant like you. Lei Qi roared angrily and actually summoned his illusory sky bridge. Lei Qi's illusory sky bridge was filled with terrifying lightning energy. It was as if this gigantic illusory sky bridge was made of lightning. He's going to self-destruct the illusory sky bridge. Let's go. The moment Lei Qi summoned the illusory sky bridge, Xiaohe's expression changed slightly. She quickly turned around and carried Zhuan away from the meteorite. As for the black-robed Zhuan, he was kept in the spirit ring by his true body. Rumble. The Thunderfire sword was extremely fast, but no matter how fast it was, it couldn't be faster than the speed of Lei Qi's illusory sky bridge. A series of terrifying explosions sounded. The gigantic meteorite was instantly turned into dust. Then, the gigantic explosion was like a star being destroyed, spreading in all directions. Chapter 2051. Wanted the terrifying explosion of the illusory sky bridge immediately alarmed the surrounding star systems. Even the 8 great sect masters who were competing for the heavenly domain star essence stopped. At this moment, the jade bottle appeared in the hands of Chun Yongzhong, the sect master of the cosmic sect. Chun Yongzhong always had a sage-like appearance, but in order to compete for the heavenly domain star essence, he was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were ragged, making him look like a fallen Taoist. Seeing that everyone was attracted by the terrifying explosion, Qin Yongzhong immediately opened the bottle cap quietly. But soon he was stunned. His face turned red with anger as he roared, "Little bastard, how dare you trick us? What's wrong?" The other 7 people also reacted and looked at Chun Yongzhong, who was trembling with anger and surprise. Qin Yongzhong's face was gloomy. With a wave of his sleeve, he handed the jade bottle to Fu Pengfei, who was not far away. Fu Pengfei checked it, and his complexion didn't look any better. He coldly snorted and said, "This jade bottle doesn't contain heavenly domain starry sky essence, but fire spirit juice. Zhuan, that little bastard, tricked us." Saying so, Fu Pengfei straightforwardly handed the jade bottle to the other sect masters. The other sect masters' faces were naturally gloomy. What a bold little guy. He even dared to trick us. If I catch him, I will make him wish he was dead. Yang Muqiu muttered to herself with a cold look in her beautiful eyes. Yu Yue's face was also very ugly. He quickly said, "The explosion just now should be the explosion of the illusory sky bridge, and it should be the explosion of a 5th-stage void sky cultivator. Could it be that Lei Qi and the others are in trouble?" Saying so, Yu Yue did not linger any longer and left. Not only Yu Yue, but Ling Yunji of High Heaven Sect, Qin Yongzhong of Cosmic Sect, Fu Pengfei of Void Cleansing Peak, and Sect Master Xiao Yi of Qi Refining Sword Sect also followed closely behind. Lei Qi was not the only one chasing after the rogue cultivator. There were also the Great Elder of High Heaven Sect, Lian Zhe of Cosmic Sect, Liang Dan of Void Cleansing Peak, and Tang Chong of Qi Refining Sword Sect. The 4 of them were important figures in their sections. If something were to happen to them, it would be a huge loss to their sections. Yang Muqiu, the Grandmaster of the Demonic Pearl Sect, and the Grandmasters of the Flowery Butterfly Valley and White Jade Tower exchanged glances. Yang Muqiu then said indifferently, "Guys, I'll take my leave as well. That Zhuan played us for a fool. This time, I've decided to put out a bounty on this little bastard." Bai Yulo and Flower Butterfly Valley clasped their hands together. They would have done the same, even if Yang Muqiu hadn't said anything. They were the dignified sect masters of the 10 great sects, yet they were actually toyed with by a brat who had just advanced to the Void Sky realm. As sect masters, they couldn't put down their faces. If they didn't issue a warrant for Zhuan, their anger wouldn't be appeased. This little guy is really bold. He actually dared to play with the 8 great sects at the same time. Seeing Yang Muqiu's group of 3 leave, Elder Waning Moon lazily flipped her long hair and spoke with interest. "Master, could it be that you also want to put out a warrant for him?" Tong Chimei asked with a frown. Elder Waning Moon smiled slightly and said, "Why would I want to put out a warrant for that little guy? In any case, our Half Moon Hall has no enmity with that brat. There's no need for us to do so. Furthermore, this brat is so talented and courageous. If he doesn't die prematurely, it's only a matter of time before he becomes an overlord of a sect." Tong Chimei nodded slightly. Zhuan was indeed not simple. She also believed that Zhuowen wouldn't be an ordinary person in the future. However, she was worried that Zhuowen would be able to successfully escape this calamity while being wanted by the 8 great sections. Although Tong Chimei really wanted to help Zhuowen, she also knew that with her own strength, she wouldn't be able to help at all. She might even cause trouble for Zhuowen. Let's go too. It's time to go back. Emoji looked at the unwilling Emo Fan and Yushan and sighed. Emo Fan and Yushan didn't say anything and just silently followed behind Emoji. The two of them were already very gratified that Zhuowen was able to escape. As for the 8 great sects putting out a warrant for Zhuowen at the same time, they couldn't help. Even though the Heavenly Demon Island was also one of the 10 great sects, they really didn't dare to directly face the 8 great sections. Otherwise, the Heavenly Demon Island might be destroyed. Oh no, Chi-Er's aura has completely disappeared. In the starry sky, the golden-armored burly man suddenly trembled. Then, his eyes became extremely red as he suddenly increased his speed. He was so fast that only a shadow could be seen in the starry sky. The dazzling explosion lasted for a long time. Then, an extremely miserable figure staggered out from the explosion. What terrifying energy! The self-destruction of a 5th Void Sky Bridge is actually so terrifying. Zhuowen's body was surrounded by the Thunderfire Sword. The energy of extreme fire and extreme lightning crisscrossed around Zhuowen's body. If it wasn't for the protection of the Thunderfire Sword, Zhuowen knew that he would definitely die. Damn it! Lei Qi's self-destruction is too terrifying. The surrounding starry sky has simply turned into nothingness. Xiao He cursed. Although Xiao He looked energetic, Zhuowen could see that Xiao He was still greatly affected. Let's get out of here quickly. Such a big commotion will probably attract the attention of others very soon. Let's go. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with vigilance. He suddenly spread his torch dragon wings and then turned into an afterimage, disappearing on the spot. Not long after Zhuowen left, a golden light quickly swept over. Then, a burly golden-armored burly man appeared. This man was Lei Gaochang of the Great Brahma Sky Palace. Lei Gaochang's eyes were gloomy. He looked around the starry sky that had almost turned into nothingness, his whole body trembling. Naturally, he could see the traces of the Void Sky Bridge's self-destruction. However, he mainly noticed that the aura left behind by the self-destruction was extremely familiar to him. It was Lei Qi's. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after Lei Gaochang arrived, Yu Yewei, Chen Yongzhang, and the other 4 also arrived. Protector Lei, may I know who self-destructed here? Yu Yewei asked Lei Gaochang rather anxiously. Lei Gaochang looked coldly at Yu Yewei and said in a low voice, Lei Qi, Sect Master Yu, you really took good care of Chi-Er. You actually let him self-destruct the Void Sky Bridge and consign him to eternal damnation. You really are a good sect master. Yu Yewei's pupils constricted, but he suddenly fell silent, not daring to answer. He knew that he had completely offended Lei Gaochang. Back then, Lei Gaochang had sent Lei Qi to the Dark Illusion sect to hide the fact that Lei Qi was his illegitimate son. Although Lei Gaochang had never acknowledged Lei Qi as a son in order to avoid suspicion, Yu Yewei knew that Lei Gaochang loved Lei Qi very much, almost to the point of spoiling him. Now that Lei Qi was dead, he knew that Lei Gaochang would probably blame all of his resentment on him and the Dark Illusion sect behind him. Protector Lei, the one who forced Lei Qi to self-destruct, was a demonic cultivator. This person is surrounded by demonic qi. I've never seen him before, Yu Yewei hurriedly explained. Lei Gaochang waved his hand, clearly not wanting to listen to Yu Yewei's explanation. Instead, he took out a transparent crystal ball. Time memory ball. It can record the scene that happened here. You'll know who killed Qi, or with one look. As he spoke, Lei Gaochang threw the crystal ball into the space that had turned into nothingness due to the self-destruction. Immediately after, a huge image was projected from the crystal ball. This image was exactly what had happened here. It's that demonic cultivator, Yu Yewei suddenly said. The image showed the demonic cultivator surrounded by demonic chi being attacked by Lei Chi and the other four, and falling into the meteorite. Then, Lei Chi and the other four entered the meteorite and fell into the trap and kill array that had been set up in the meteorite. We've been tricked. It's that Zhuowen. That demonic cultivator is actually a clone of that little bastard. That little bastard. Ling Yunji's gaze was dark, and the others did not look any better. When Zhuowen used the trap and kill array to kill the 5 people one by one, the entire place fell silent. Then, terrifying killing intent erupted from the 6 of them. What is that sword that kid took out? Why is it so powerful? Chen Yongchang suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, "The energy of extreme lightning and extreme fire. This sword is indeed impressive." Lei Gaochang unexpectedly praised. Yu Yewei said coldly, "This kid is too arrogant. If we don't capture him and cut him into pieces, it will be difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart. What do you all think?" Fu Pengfei said indifferently, "Mobilize the power of our respective sects to seal off the boundary of the star domain and forbid the star domain teleportation formation until we find that little bastard." I agree with Sect Master Fu's idea. Xiao Yi, the Sect Master of the Qi Cultivation Sword Sect, said, "Leave Central Universe to me. With me here, the teleportation formation in Central Universe can't be used. Once that little bastard uses the teleportation formation, he will be immediately intercepted," Lei Gaochang said in a low voice. "Sect Master Ling and I will be in charge of East Universe," Yu Yewei said. "The 2 of us will be in charge of West Universe," Fu Pengfei and Chen Yongchang said. Xiao Yi smiled and said, "Leave South Universe to me. Flower Butterfly Valley and White Jade Tower are in North Universe. When the time comes, we just need to inform them." That little bastard played the sect masters of 8 of the top 10 sects at the same time. I think this is the biggest mistake he has ever made in his life. Lei Gaochang sneered. After reaching an agreement, they each turned into a stream of light and left this place. At the same time, they sent out messages to inform the elders of their sects to arrest Zhuowen and seal off the teleportation formation. No one could leave the star domain through the teleportation formation. When the teleportation formations in the 5 major regions of the star domain were blocked and the borders of the star domain were all sealed off by the 8 great sects, the cultivators of the entire star domain were surprised and wondered if something had happened. As the speculation continued, a rumor finally spread. The main character of this rumor was a rogue cultivator named Zhuowen on a star continent in East Universe. Many cultivators had gathered in an extremely famous restaurant called the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. At a table in the middle of the first floor of the restaurant, a drunk middle-aged cultivator with a red face was bragging, attracting the attention of many cultivators on this floor. Chapter 2052. Great Fortune Trading Company. The drunk cultivator named Old Ghost Lu, who was originally lying on the table, immediately stood up when he saw this cultivator questioning him. He glared at him and said, "Why would I lie to you? Back then, I was one of the many rogue cultivators. You don't know the scene when the 8 great sect masters and giants fought over the jade bottle. It was really intense, especially when the 8 great sect masters finally found out that it wasn't the heavenly domain starry sky essence. Their expressions were very interesting. Many of the cultivators in the restaurant believed Old Ghost Lu's vivid narration. After all, Zhuowen's name was well known in the entire star field during this period of time. This was because 8 of the 10 great sects of the star field, except for Half Moon Palace and Heavenly Demon Island, had issued arrest warrants for a rogue cultivator named Zhuowen. It was said that anyone who could provide the whereabouts of this kid would be rewarded with a Void Sky Divine artifact. If anyone could capture this kid and hand him over, the reward would be even more generous. It was so generous that many cultivators were short of breath. Not only did the 8 great sects issue arrest warrants, but they also sealed off the borders of the star field. Moreover, the transmission arrays in the star field were strictly controlled. If an unidentified cultivator entered the transmission arrays, he would immediately be captured by the powerhouses guarding the transmission arrays. Everything the 8 great sects had done was for the sake of finding that rogue cultivator called Zhuowen. It was precisely because the 8 great sects had mobilized so many people that the rogue cultivator named Zhuowen became famous overnight in a vast star field. You don't say. This Zhuowen is really not simple. Although he is just a rogue cultivator, this guy deserves to be first place in this galactic grand competition. He also killed many elite disciples of the 8 great sects and extorted Great Brahma Heavenly Palace's protector Lei. In addition, Lian Zhe, Liang Dan, Tang Chong, Ling Zhua, and Yu Tanjing, the 5 great geniuses, were also killed by this guy. In addition to these younger geniuses, this guy also killed Lei Qi and High Heaven Sect's Great Elder. They were cultivators with 5 void sky steps. Don't you think he's awesome? Old Fogey Lu chuckled and drank a mouthful of wine. His cheeks were flushed. This Zhuowen is really amazing. He actually did so many big things. No wonder the 8 great sects are all looking for him. However, it has already been a few months, and it seems that the 8 great sects still haven't found Zhuowen. Could it be that Zhuowen has vanished from the face of the earth? The cultivators around the table began to discuss animatedly. They had developed a strong interest in Zhuowen, who they had never met before. In a remote corner of the restaurant, 2 veiled women were silently drinking wine. A woman with a fiery figure and charming eyes looked at the elegant woman opposite her and said, "Miss Chuyu, Big Brother Zhua is in a bad situation. What should we do?" These 2 people were naturally Hong Shan and Yun Chuyu, who had separated from Zhuowen. After the 2 of them parted ways, they came to Dong Yu. Although Lei Qi was dead, Yin Bingyun was still imprisoned in the Dark Mirage sect. Naturally, Yin Qiyu would not abandon her aunt. Now, after the 2 women found out that Zhuowen was wanted, their hearts were filled with worry. They were afraid that Zhuowen would meet with some accident. I don't know either. The 8 great sects are really too powerful. The 2 of us aren't strong enough. Sigh. Yin Qiyu said with a bitter smile. For a moment, the 2 women fell into silence. Suddenly, a little boy in green clothes came to the 2 women's table. The little boy handed a small piece of paper to Yun Chuyu and said, "Big sister, someone asked me to give this small piece of paper to you." Yun Chiyu's beautiful eyes focused as she took the small piece of paper. There was only one sentence written on it. "I'm fine. Don't worry. I will consider the matter of the sect master." Yin Chiyu put away the small piece of paper and looked around. She immediately thought that this small piece of paper was probably written by Zhuowen. "Where did the person who gave you this small piece of paper go?" Yin Chiyu asked somewhat anxiously. The little boy shook his head and said, "I don't know. That big brother has already left. As for where he went, I don't know." After sending off the little boy, Yin Chiyu sat in her seat in a daze, a bitter smile on her face. She knew that Zhuowen had sent this small piece of paper to tell her not to take the risk of going to the Dark Mirage sect to save Yin Bingyun. Zhuowen would think of a way himself. "Chiyu, what's wrong?" Hong Shan looked at the small piece of paper in Yin Chiyu's hand and asked. Yin Chiyu said, "Zhuowen sent me a message saying that he is fine and that we don't have to worry. Let's leave this place first. We should use this time to find out more about him." After saying that, Yin Chiyu left the restaurant with Hong Shan. Outside the restaurant, a rough man with a full beard silently watched Yin Chiyu and Hong Shan leave. Then, he directly left the star continent. The inorganic continent was the core star continent of the Eastern universe. Its geographical location was extremely good. Moreover, there were countless shops and restaurants on the inorganic continent. Among them, there were countless trading companies. The most famous trading company on the inorganic continent was the Great Fortune Trading Company. The Great Fortune Trading Company was extremely famous in the entire Eastern universe, and even in other regions. It was said that there were corresponding branches in other regions. It could be said that it was a large business. Moreover, the Great Fortune Trading Company was not something that the 3 great trading companies on the Brahma Fiend Star could compare to. This was a truly large trading company. It was said that the number of void sky powerhouses in it was in the double digits. Moreover, there was even a void sky powerhouse who was at the 6th stage. In the Eastern universe, aside from great forces like the 10 great sects, there were not many forces that could have a powerhouse at the 6th stage. In the inorganic continent, even the cultivators of the Dark Mirage sect, High Heaven sect, and Heavenly Demon Island did not dare to cause trouble. After all, a void sky powerhouse at the 6th stage was already a powerhouse at the Elder level or above in their sections. With such a powerhouse at the Great Fortune Trading Company, whoever dared to cause trouble was courting death. Zhuowen, who had disguised himself, slowly landed on the inorganic continent and headed straight for the Great Fortune Trading Company. Now that he was wanted by the 8 great sects, he could not leave the star field. Even the ancient transmission arrays in the Eastern universe were guarded by the experts of the 8 great sects. Zhuowen did not dare to force his way in. After all, he did not know much about ancient transmission arrays. They had to be activated by the cultivator in charge of the array. Once he was exposed, how could the cultivator beside the array activate it for him? At that time, he would not be able to use the transmission arrays. If his identity was exposed, he would simply be courting death. Moreover, before he left the star field, he had to rescue Yin Bingyan. This was what he had promised Yin Shiyu, so he naturally would not break his promise. After entering the hall of the Great Fortune Trading Company, Zhuowen unceremoniously sat down on a chair in the hall and said with his legs crossed, "Hand over the person in charge of your trading company to me. Today, I have a big business deal for your Great Fortune Trading Company." At that moment, there were many people in the hall. Most of them were void sky cultivators, and each of them was received by a corresponding gorgeous female cultivator. This was the first time they had seen a bearded boorish man like Zhuowen arrogantly looking for the person in charge of the Great Fortune Trading Company. Even the female cultivators in the hall who belonged to the Great Fortune Trading Company stared blankly at this man. For a moment, they did not react. What a big tone. A mere void sky trash actually dares to call out the person in charge of the Great Fortune Trading Company? Who do you think you are? A middle-aged man with a mustache came in front of Zhuowen with a face full of disdain and said coldly. Ever since he had left the Middle Universe and arrived in the Eastern Universe, Zhuowen had been in secluded cultivation to completely stabilize his void sky realm. Moreover, he had advanced to the 10,000 longevity realm. Zhuowen glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man with a mustache and said indifferently, "You're also just a void sky realm cultivator. If I'm trash, what are you? Are you also trash? In my opinion, you're worse than trash." As soon as these words came out, roars of laughter immediately came from the hall. The mustache man's face flushed red. He saw that Zhuowen did not dress like a sect cultivator and concluded that he was a loose cultivator. The difference in battle strength between loose cultivators and sect cultivators was quite large. Generally, sect cultivators of the same level were much stronger than loose cultivators. Sect cultivators relied on their sect and had abundant resources. Even the quality of their divine tools was extremely high. Loose cultivators were different. They lacked resources, and the quality of their divine tools were not high. They were usually very careful and meticulous. How could they compare to sect cultivators? This was also the reason why the mustache man showed such disdain when he saw that Zhuowen was just a void sky realm loose cultivator. "You're simply courting death. Do you know who I am? I'm a core disciple of the Dark Illusion sect. A mere loose cultivator dares to call me trash? You're courting death." As he spoke, the mustache man bluntly threw a palm at Zhuowen in front of him. He was not polite in the slightest. As for the surrounding cultivators, they watched coldly from the sidelines and did not intend to stop it at all. In their opinion, this was a good show. Why should they stop it? Zhuowen squeezed his right hand and caught the mustache man's palm. Then, his terrifying spirit consciousness turned into a vortex and surged into the man's glabella. Then, Zhuowen punched the mustache man's chest. The mustache man spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed to the ground. His spirit was completely wiped out by Zhuowen's spirit consciousness. He looked sluggish and even rolled his eyes. Zhuowen slowly came in front of the mustache man and stepped on him, taking out the glorious amethyst galaxy sword. The appearance of the glorious amethyst galaxy sword had been changed by Zhuon long ago. Others could not tell that the glorious amethyst galaxy sword was the same divine sword that Zhuon used back then. Hold on. Sir, Honyun Trading Company prohibits fighting. You've already broken the rules. Stop it now. A middle-aged man dressed in the clothes of Honyun Trading Company hurried over and said rather anxiously. Zhuon sneered in his heart. He had noticed this person the moment he entered the trading company. When a mustache man was looking for trouble with him, this guy did not stand up for him. Now that the mustache man was about to be killed by him, this guy was obviously biased. Chapter 2053. President, the middle-aged man from the Honyun Trading Company flashed to Zhuon's side. When he saw the man with a mustache that had already been killed, his expression was unsightly as he coldly looked at Zhuon before him. The entire hall had stopped clamoring because of the commotion here. Everyone's gazes fell here, and the entire hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Many gazes fell on Zhuon, and all of them became extremely strange. Although the Honyun Trading Company's power couldn't compare to a superpower like the 10 Great Sects, it could still be considered a great power in the Eastern Universe. There was even a supreme expert of the Void Sky 6 stage holding down the fort, so no one dared to cause trouble here. But now, this fellow that looked like a wandering cultivator actually dared to cause trouble here and even killed someone. Moreover, the person he killed was a disciple of one of the 10 Great Sects, the Dark Illusion Sect. Needless to say, this person was extremely daring. Why did you kill him? Could it be that you don't know the rules of the Honyun Trading Company? The middle-aged man said gloomily. Zhuon said leisurely and complacently, I really don't know the rules of the Honyun Trading Company. Since this person wanted to kill me, could it be that I'm wrong to kill him? All right, I don't want to talk nonsense with you now. Call the person in charge here. I said that I have a big deal to cooperate with your Honyun Trading Company. If your Honyun Trading Company misses this deal, you'll regret it for the rest of your lives. The middle-aged man sneered and deliberately sized up Zhuon impudently. You? Big deal? Are you joking with me? I'm afraid you haven't even seen a supreme-grade divine stone. Country bumpkin, since you've caused trouble in our trading company today, then don't think of leaving. The middle-aged man was just about to teach Zhuon a lesson when a clear voice suddenly sounded out from the depths of the hall. Wait. After that, a graceful figure walked out leisurely from the depths of the hall. This was a mature woman wearing a red dress. Moreover, her development was very comprehensive, and her curves were exquisite, causing one's imagination to run wild. Manager Gua. The middle-aged man hurriedly bowed. The cultivators in the surroundings of the hall all revealed respectful gazes as they looked at this curvaceous woman in a red dress. Obviously, this woman's status in the trading company wasn't low. What happened? The woman in a red dress looked at the middle-aged man, and her beautiful eyes fell on Zhuon. Manager Gua. It's like this. The middle-aged man hurriedly recounted what had just happened. Of course, it was inevitable that he would embellish some details. In any case, he described Zhuon as a heinous criminal who killed innocent people. The woman in the red dress looked at Zhuon and said, You said there's a big deal? Moreover, would our Honyun Trading Company regret it if we don't accept it? Zhuon nodded and said with a smile, Maybe he'll regret it to the point of smashing the entire trading company. The woman in the red dress chuckled and said, Our great fortune trading company really won't regret, as you say, no matter how big the deal is. But seeing how confident you are, I'd like to see just what kind of deal you're talking about. Zhuon smiled and said, Aren't you going to invite me to the VIP seats? The woman in red nodded and said, Come with me. When a middle-aged man wanted to say something, he was stopped by the woman in red with a look. He could only watch hatefully as the woman in red led Zhuon into the depths of the hall. In an elegant room, the woman in red sat across from Zhuon. After the maid poured a pot of tea for the two of them, she slowly withdrew. Speak, what kind of deal is it? The woman in red was quite patient and still had a smile on her face. Zhuon crossed his legs and said indifferently, "Little girl, my deal is too big. You're just a little girl, so you don't have the qualifications. Ask that sneaky old man to come out and talk to me." The woman in red was shocked, and for the first time, she seriously sized up the bearded man in front of her. "You can actually detect this old man with a cultivation of Void Sky Stage 1? How did you do it?" An old voice sounded. Then, a white-robed old man appeared in the room without anyone noticing. Zhuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the white-robed old man with fear. This old man's aura was even stronger than Lei Qi and the black-clothed old man back then. He should be that powerhouse of Void Sky Stage 6 who oversaw the great fortune trading company. "President." The woman in red hurriedly got up and bowed. Zhuan said indifferently, "I guessed." The white-robed old man was slightly taken aback. Then he immediately laughed and said, "Interesting. You're really interesting, little fellow. You're clearly very young, yet you insist on dressing yourself up in such a sloppy appearance. Could it be that you have something shameful?" Zhuan sighed in his heart. Although he tried his best to display formless all life, it was still seen through by this old fellow. Looks like this cultivation method was useless against powerhouses of Void Sky Stage 5 and above. Now, Zhuan's true body and clone were both exposed. Relying on formless all life was completely useless. He urgently needed a more powerful concealment method right now. Seeing Zhuan fall silent, the white-robed old man dismissed the woman in red dress and immediately sat across from Zhuan, saying, "Little fellow, I won't ask about your origins. Now, you tell me about your big business. If you let me know that you have any deceitful behavior, then don't blame this old man for not being courteous." Zhuan looked at the white-robed old man in front of him silently and said with a nod, "This business is very big. I wonder if your great fortune trading company dares to take it or not." But the white-robed old man laughed loudly and said, "No matter how big the business, our great fortune trading company can take it. That also depends on what this so-called big business of yours is." Zhuan did not talk nonsense either. He took out a jade bottle and threw it to the white-robed old man, saying, "There are 10 drops of heavenly domain starry sky essence inside." The white-robed old man took the jade bottle indifferently, but the moment he heard that it was heavenly domain starry sky essence, his whole body trembled and he almost threw the jade bottle to the ground. "What? Heavenly domain starry sky essence? Is it the heavenly domain starry sky essence that can restore one's peak as long as one has a breath left?" The white-robed old man exclaimed, unable to remain calm. "Old man, look at you getting excited. I just want to say, can you take this business or not?" Zhuan said with a sneer. The white-robed old man wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said with a blazing gaze, "Take it. Why not take it?" The white-robed old man was very clear that if their great fortune trading company really auctioned the heavenly domain starry sky essence, then their trading company's reputation would skyrocket by several times or even dozens of times. The momentum would also reach unprecedented grandness. Such a good thing. How could the white-robed old man not take it? Zhuan nodded expressionlessly and said, "I'll put this thing up for auction at your trading company. But one thing is that the auction must be held 2 months later. Within these 2 months, you do your best to publicize it for me. It's best to make it known to everyone in the entire star field." The white-robed old man broke out in cold sweat. He knew that once this thing was made known to everyone, the great fortune trading company would probably be overcrowded by an endless stream of people at that time. But this was a good thing for their great fortune trading company. Also, the auction location must be in Zhongyu. Your great fortune trading company is so big. You should have branches in the 5 major regions, right? Zhuowen continued. Why must it be in Zhongyu? The headquarters of the great fortune trading company is in Zhongyu. It should be auctioned in Zhongyu. The white-robed old man frowned. Zhuowen said with a sneer, "If you don't want to, then I'll take back the heavenly domain starry sky essence." The white-robed old man quickly hugged the jade bottle in his arms and said, "Zhongyu it is. This old master will definitely do as honored guest requests." Zhuowen nodded and immediately said indifferently, "Such a good thing is put up for auction in your trading company. Don't you have anything to say?" The white-robed old man immediately smiled and said, "Honored guest, just say what you want. If this trading company can do it, we will definitely do it for you." Zhuowen naturally wouldn't be polite with a white-robed old man and said, "Does your trading company have a mask that can block the divine sense of cultivators above the seventh step of the void sky realm?" The white-robed old man was startled and showed an embarrassed look before finally saying, "We do, but it's a guest who wants to put it up for auction. I want that thing. Your trading company can buy it for me at any price," Zhuowen said forcefully. The white-robed old man could only nod. Compared with the heavenly domain starry sky essence, the mask was really insignificant. "Also, take out all the ores in your trading company. I have a use for them," Zhuowen continued. The demonic gold holy stone that he had obtained in Devilfall Valley had been used up by Xiao He and the Blood Immortal. It had to be said that these two guys were simply gluttons. However, after absorbing the demonic gold holy stone, Xiao He and the Blood Immortal had made a lot of progress. After all, these two guys were equipment cultivators. They basically didn't have any bottlenecks in their cultivation. As long as they had enough ores, it was enough. "No problem," the white-robed old man immediately said. "How many Void Ascension pills does your trading company have?" "I have an urgent need for this thing," Zhuowen asked. "Currently, there are only about 100 pills. I can give them all to you," the white-robed old man said. "I also need a large number of formation discs. The more advanced, the better," Zhuowen said. The white-robed old man agreed to give most of the advanced formation discs in the Hongyun Trading Company to Zhuowen. Zhuowen was quite satisfied with the white-robed old man's straightforwardness. He said, "That's all for now. You give them all to me. After they are auctioned, you can deduct a part of the reward and leave the rest to me." After reaching an agreement, the white-robed old man was extremely efficient. He took out the things that Zhuowen wanted and gave them to Zhuowen. And Zhuowen left the contact information. At the same time, he took the white-robed old man's VIP token and left. "Manager, where did this person come from? Such a thing actually exists, and he is openly auctioning it. Isn't he afraid that people will be jealous?" The red-robed woman came to the white-robed old man's side and frowned. The white-robed old man sneered and said, "I'm afraid this person's identity is shameful. Moreover, the heavenly starry sky essence is a shameful thing. Send someone to keep an eye on this person. I suspect that this person may be Zhuowen, who has been the talk of the town recently." "I've already sent a shadow," the red-robed woman said in a deep voice. "If it's a shadow, then I can rest assured," the white-robed old man said with a smile. Suddenly, the red-robed woman's face changed greatly. The white-robed old man asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Chapter 2054. Yuwu's white-robed old man's expression changed slightly. Shadow was one of the few elite experts of the Hongyun Trading Company, and his cultivation had reached the fourth step of the Void Sky Realm. How could such an expert not have any aura? Could he have been killed by that rogue cultivator? "Manager, what should we do?" the woman in red asked with killing intent in her eyes. The white-robed old man waved his hand and said, "We'll auction according to this person's request. Since he can kill Shadow, this person is not simple. It's best not to completely fall out with him." Outside the Star Continent, Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Shadow, who had been killed by the black-robed woman's sneak attack, then quietly left the place. Killing Shadow was Zhuowen's warning to the Hongyun Trading Company. If the Hongyun Trading Company still did not know what was good for them, Zhuowen might not let them off easily, even if he had to use the Thunderfire sword. On a remote planet, Zhuowen came to a low house and knocked on the door. A charming woman opened the door vigilantly. "You are?" The charming woman frowned as she looked at the unfamiliar man in front of her. "Hong Shan, I'm Zhuowen. Let me in." Zhuowen transmitted his voice. The charming woman was startled, then revealed a look of wild joy. She hurriedly let Zhuowen in. Yin Qiyu was also inside. Inside the house, Hong Shan became embarrassed and stammered, "Big brother Zhua, it was my fault back then. Please don't." Zhuan waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say this. It's all in the past. I came this time to inform you that I plan to send you to the Brahma Fiend Star. I'm afraid the star field will not be peaceful in the future." The Brahma Fiend Star was the border of the Great Brahma Domain. If there were any changes, they could escape the Great Brahma Domain and seek refuge in other heavens. Did something happen? Yin Qiu hurriedly asked. Sect Master Yin is still in the Dark Mirage sect. I promised you and Sect Master Yin that I would save him, so I naturally have to do it, Zhuan said. Yin Qiu said anxiously. How can that be? The Dark Mirage sect is one of the 10 great sections. There are countless formations and restrictions inside, and experts are as common as clouds. You're just courting death if you go in. Zhuan smiled and said, Don't worry, I have my own plans. 2 months later, there will be an auction in the central universe that will draw the attention of the entire world. At that time, countless major forces of the star field will appear in the central universe, and the Dark Mirage sect will also send a large number of experts. That will be the best time for me to rescue Sect Master Yin. Furthermore, I have Lei Chi's things on me, so entering and exiting Lei Chi's cave abode would not be a problem. After Sect Master Yin is rescued, I will help you break through the Starfield seal. At that time, you can go to Brahma Fiend Star on your own. Yin Qiu seemed to have realized something. She looked at Zhuan and asked seriously, What about you? Zhuan smiled and said, I won't blindly meddle with you guys. I still have to go to the Yinyang Wanke. I said before that I want to find the sun and moon grass. Are you crazy? You helped us break through the Starfield seal. Do you think you can still go back? If you go back, you'll be walking right into a trap. Yin Qiu said, her beautiful eyes slightly red. Zhuan smiled and said, The sun and moon grass is something I must obtain. This thing is more important than my life. You don't need to persuade me. Yin Qiu choked on her words. Big brother Zhua, I'm afraid that Brahma Fiend Star is not a good place. Our Jianghong Trading Company has already been destroyed. Now, the Dazzling Light Trading Company is the only big company. Once we return to Brahma Fiend Star, I'm afraid, Hong Shan suddenly said. Zhuan frowned slightly. He did not think that the Jianghong Trading Company would actually be destroyed. No wonder Hong Shan did not have any guards with her when she came to the star field. It seemed that what she said was true. As he thought of this, Zhuan summoned the black-robed Zhuan. He immediately condensed 2 extreme thunder swords and handed them to Hong Shan and Yin Qiu. The black-robed Zhuan was the true extreme thunder true god. The extreme thunder swords that he condensed were much stronger than the extreme fire swords that Yin Bingyun had condensed back then. The Dazzling Light Trading Company's Luo Pengfei had just reached the 2nd level of the virtual sky realm. In Zhuan's eyes, he was an ant-like existence. Although the 2 extreme thunder swords could not kill Luo Pengfei, if they were used properly, they could severely injure Luo Pengfei. Even if they faced Luo Pengfei head-on, with the extreme thunder swords, Hong Shan and Yin Qiu would not be at too much of a disadvantage. After receiving the extreme thunder swords, Hong Shan and Yin Qiu revealed shocked expressions. The 2 of them could clearly feel that the extreme thunder swords contained extremely terrifying energy. Use these 2 swords well. However, it is best not to reveal them easily. Only take them out when you are in danger. Otherwise, it will be hard to avoid being targeted, Zhuan instructed. Don't worry, we know this. Yin Qiu put away the extreme thunder swords and smiled. Zhuan nodded. After setting up a formation around them, he entered the inner room and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The real challenge would be 2 months later. He was very clear about the temptation of the heavenly domain starry sky essence. Once the Hongyan Trading Company advertised it, he did not believe that the 10 great sects would not send many experts to bid for it. Moreover, this kind of thing was a hot potato. No matter who obtained it, it was inevitable that there would be a competition. If he brought too few experts, he was afraid that he would lose the upper hand. Zhuowen knew what the 10 great sects were thinking. He did not believe that the dim mirage sect would not send most of their experts to the central universe realm. Of course, it would be best if the dim mirage sect's old ancestor also went. Of course, even if the dim mirage sect's old ancestor did not go, Zhuowen was not afraid. This time, he was only sneaking into Lei Qi's cave to rescue Yin Bingyan. As long as he did not touch the core of the dim mirage sect, he believed that the dim mirage sect's old ancestor would not be alarmed. Next, the entire star field was in an uproar. Countless cultivators rushed to the Hongyun Trading Company in various regions. There was no other reason. It was because the Hongyun Trading Company announced that they were going to auction the Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence, and the auction location was in the Central Universe Realm's Hongyun Trading Company branch. Most of the cultivators who rushed to the trading company basically asked about the Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence. In the next 2 months, the Hongyun Trading Company was flooded with people every day. It was very crowded and bustling. In contrast, the other trading companies were deserted and few people came. Compared to the bustle of the Hongyun Trading Company, it was like heaven and earth. The 10 great sects also could not sit still and sent their experts to the trading company to inquire about the specific details. Of course, their main question was who the owner of the Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence was that he dared to take out such a precious item so openly. The dim mirage sect's important place was called the Nether Hall. This place was gloomy all year round, and disciples of the sect were not allowed to enter. Even many elders were forbidden from entering. The only one who could enter was the dim mirage sect's sect master, Yu Yue. Today, the Nether Hall that had been closed all this time slowly opened. Yu Yue stood quietly outside the hall with his head lowered, his eyes full of respect. A young man in a long robe with a haggard face slowly walked out of the hall. This young man was thin and bony, as if he would completely fall apart with a casual touch. The Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence. As long as I have this, my injuries can recover greatly. Although I can't recover due to the limitations of my lifespan, at least my other hidden injuries can be completely healed. Yue, bring more people to this auction. We must get the Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence, the haggard man said breathlessly. Ancestor, I'll listen to you. I'll prepare well during this period, Yu Yue said respectfully. The haggard man nodded and said, I haven't come out for a long time. Accompany me for a walk. Yes. Yu Yue hurriedly followed. 2 months passed very quickly, and it was up in the blink of an eye. On this day, countless cultivators in the star domain flocked to the central universe. Even the 10 great sects sent many experts, led by their sect masters, and set off for the central universe. Today, the dim mirage sects team was extremely grand. A huge flying ship carrying thousands of elite disciples tore through the sky. Sect Master Yu, what a coincidence to be able to meet on the road. Just as the dim mirage sect team swept into the starry sky, not far away, 2 equally huge flying ships swept over. On the deck of the 2 flying ships stood the sect master of Heavenly Demon Island, Mog, and the sect master of High Heaven Sect, Ling Yunji. Mog and Ling Yunji glanced at Yu Yue casually, but their attention suddenly fell on the haggard man standing side by side with Yu Yue, and their pupils could not help but shrink. Senior Yu Wuxi, Mog and Ling Yunji both said warily. This Yu Wuxi was the ancestor of the dim mirage sect, and was an extremely terrifying and ruthless person in the past. The number of bloody deeds he had done in the past was too numerous to be recorded. He was a deranged person. Mog and Ling Yunji did not expect this terrifying dim mirage sect ancestor to actually come out of seclusion. It seemed that he really valued the Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence very much. It was likely that among the 10 great sects, only the ancestor of dim mirage sect had come out of seclusion. Thinking of how Yu Wuxi was injured by Half Moon Hall's Yuezu, Ling Yunji and Mog both showed looks of understanding. Yu Wuxi's injuries were very serious, So he was more eager to obtain a treasure like the heavenly domain starry sky essence than the other sect's old ancestors. Coming out this time showed Yu Wu Si's determination to obtain the heavenly domain starry sky essence. Ling Yunji, emoji. I really didn't expect that the little baby from back then had already grown up to be like this. It seems that those two old farts taught you well. At least the two of you are slightly better than the previous generation, Yu Wu Si said with a grin. Ling Yunji and Mo Ji's eyes turned cold, but they did not refute. No matter how serious Yu Wu Si's injuries were, his strength was not something that Ling Yunji and Mo Ji could resist. Moreover, after hearing about Yu Wu Si's past deeds, the two of them did not dare to provoke him. So even though they knew they would be ridiculed, they could only pretend to remain silent. How boring, Yue, let's go. Chapter 2055. Robbing the Demonic Illusion Sect. After the Demonic Illusion Sect's flying ship left, the High Heaven Sect and Heavenly Demon Island also left in their own flying ships. When the Demonic Illusion Sect left Dongyu, a figure silently arrived at the outskirts of the Demonic Illusion Sect. The Demonic Illusion Sect was situated on a huge star continent, and the entire star continent was covered in a dense array of restrictions that looked extremely complicated. After arriving at a hidden place, Zhuowen began to use all the high-grade array discs he had obtained from the Great Fortune Trading Company. He used these arrays to set up one temporary transmission array after another outside the Demonic Illusion Sect. With the help of the high-grade array discs, Zhuowen set them up very quickly. In 3 days, he had set up more than 50 temporary transmission arrays outside the Demonic Illusion Sect, and they were all linked together. As long as he triggered one of the temporary transmission arrays, he would immediately be transported continuously to the destination. Moreover, these temporary transmission arrays were one-time use. After he used them, they would immediately become useless. It was basically wishful thinking for others to use these temporary transmission arrays to catch up to him. At the same time, Zhuowen set up a powerful confinement killing array at the entrance of the transmission arrays. He also set up a concealment array outside the confinement killing array. Even cultivators above the Void Sky 5th step would not be able to discover this confinement killing array if they did not pay attention. Since even the old ancestor has come, that's great. This time, I can also turn the entire Demonic Illusion Sect upside down without any scruples. A cold light appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. For the sake of bidding for the Heavenly Domain Star Essence this time, the Demonic Illusion Sect could be said to have come out in full force, taking away most of their elites. Even the old ancestor of the Demonic Illusion Sect, Yu Wu Si, who had not come out of seclusion for a long time, was alarmed and set off for Dongyu with the Demonic Illusion Sect team. After setting up the array, Zhuowen arrived in front of the Demonic Illusion Sect's array. His powerful divine sense silently followed the Demonic Illusion Sect's array, slowly exploring it, as if searching for a flaw in the array. Although Zhuowen's array formation skills were ordinary, his spiritual sense was too terrifying. Ordinary Void Sky cultivators basically couldn't compare to Zhuowen's terrifying spiritual sense. Zhuowen was very cautious. After searching outside the array for 3 days and 3 nights, he finally found a very small flaw. This flaw was insignificant and wasn't even worth mentioning. If it wasn't for Zhuowen's powerful divine sense, it would really be difficult for him to notice this flaw. After finding the flaw, Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly. He immediately took out several formation discs and used the devouring seal to break the flaw. At the same time, Zhuowen used his extremely powerful spiritual sense to form a large net, completely concealing the commotion caused by breaking the formation. 6 hours later, Zhuowen finally expanded the gap to a point where one person could enter. After infiltrating the Dark Mirage sect this time, Zhuowen planned to first rescue Yin Bingyun. Before rescuing Yin Bingyun, he didn't want to alert the enemy. Although most of the elite experts of the Dark Mirage sect had left, the ones left behind were not weak either. Coupled with the fact that the Dark Mirage sect had come out in full force this time, The security would definitely be tighter than usual, and the restrictions would be even more terrifying. As a result, Zhuowen wouldn't be so rash as to force his way into the Dark Mirage sect. Fortunately, before Lei Qi self-destructed, Xiaohei had casually taken Lei Qi's spirit ring. Within Lei Qi's spirit ring was a detailed map of the Dark Mirage sect. It introduced the various places of the Dark Mirage sect in detail. Apart from another hall, the forbidden grounds of the Dark Mirage sect, most of the other places had very detailed descriptions. It was because of this internal map that Zhuowen dared to barge into the Dark Mirage sect so confidently. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to barge in so casually even if he had 100 times the courage. After all, this was a super force. Barging in alone was no different from courting death. After quietly passing through the restrictions, Zhuowen set up a concealment array at the entrance of the flaw, shielding this place. If one didn't look carefully, no one would discover the flaw here. Zhuowen's divine sense was now very powerful. He could basically detect the position of the patrolling cultivators in advance, and then quickly make corresponding evasive actions. After a while, Zhuowen arrived in front of Lei Qi's cave dwelling. Lei Qi's cave dwelling was a thunder city surrounded by lightning. However, at this moment, the thunder city seemed a little empty and dead silent. Ever since Lei Qi's death, this cave dwelling had become a lot more deserted. The maids and guards in the Thunder City had also been assigned to other places by the Dark Mirage sect. If not for the fact that Lei Qi had died not long ago, Yue might have bestowed this Thunder City to other elders in the sect who had contributed greatly. There were powerful restrictions set up outside the Thunder City, but it wasn't a problem for Zhuowen. After entering the Thunder City, there was a vast and empty hall. Zhuowen found a secret room in the corner of the hall and gently opened it, entering the deepest part of the secret room. Who is it? The moment Zhuowen appeared in the deepest part of the secret room, a vigilant shout suddenly sounded. Zhuowen looked over and happened to meet the eyes of the owner of the voice. It was a beautiful woman. Her whole body was bound by chilling chains. Waves of bone-chilling cold eroded the woman's body, causing her to shiver. Zhuowen? How did you come in? Yin Bingyan looked at the young man in front of her in shock. Wasn't this the guest elder of the Crepe Myrtle sect? You've already advanced to the virtual sky realm? Yin Bingyan quickly noticed the powerful aura on Zhuowen's body and couldn't help but exclaim softly. When Zhuowen first came to the Crepe Myrtle galaxy, he was only at the peak of the divine realm. When he advanced to the true God realm, he relied on the origin power of the Crepe Myrtle galaxy to barely advance to the true God realm. It had only been a few decades since they last met, but Zhuowen had already become a powerful void sky cultivator. Wasn't this advancement speed a bit too fast? While Yin Bingyan was in a daze, Zhuowen had already broken the shackles on Yin Bingyan's body. Secmaster Yin, come out with me, Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Yin Bingyan frowned slightly and said worriedly, Zhuowen, this is Lei Qi's cave, and it's inside the Serene Mirage sect. I'm very grateful that you barged in to save me, but it's probably very difficult for the two of us to leave now. Lei Qi will probably be the first to not let us go. Lei Qi's cave is already empty, and Lei Qi is already dead. Don't worry. As for the Serene Mirage sect, since I've come in, I can naturally take you out, Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Looking at the confident young man in front of her, Yin Bingyan's heart was extremely complicated. She found that she couldn't even see through the little cultivator with a low cultivation base. Where's Chuyu? Yin Bingyan asked. Chuyu is fine. She's just waiting for you to go out and meet up with her, Zhuowen said. Seeing that Yun Chuyu was safe and sound, Yin Bingyan felt a lot more at ease. Before leaving Thunder City, Zhuowen searched Lei Qi's immortal cave from top to bottom. He almost took everything that he could take away from Thunder City, leaving nothing behind. Are we leaving now? Walking out of Thunder City, Yin Bingyan looked at Zhuowen and asked. Zhuowen shook his head and said, Now is the time when the Serene Mirage sect is at its weakest. If I don't take advantage of it, wouldn't I have made a trip for nothing? What do you want to do? Yin Bingyan had a bad feeling. Rob the Serene Mirage sect. Zhuowen said with a cold smile. Sect Masterine, enter my spirit ring first. It'll be safer this way. Yin Bingyun shook her head and said, there's no need. Although I'm not a void sky cultivator, I've survived 19 fires and am only half a step away from real god extreme fire. My strength is far above that of a real god, so I won't drag you down. Zhuowen looked at the stubborn Yin Bingyun and said with a smile, since that's the case, let's go together. Then, the two of them moved cautiously. Relying on Zhuowen's foresight, they entered the depths of the Serene Mirage sect without any danger. Yin Bingyun finally understood why Zhuowen dared to enter the Serene Mirage sect without fear. It turned out that this kid's spirit was actually so powerful, always able to detect the position of the surrounding cultivators first and make the correct response every time. In a short while, the two of them arrived at the forbidden ground of the Serene Mirage sect, the Netherworld Hall. The Netherworld Hall was located on a desolate wasteland. It was surrounded by weeds, black fog, and withered trees. It was filled with the aura of death. Zhuowen could even vaguely see strange shadows flickering in and out of the black fog, as if they were ghosts. Next, we need to barge in. Sect Masterine, follow me, Zhuowen said and rushed toward the Netherworld Hall at the end of the black fog. Although Yin Bingyun was surprised, she followed closely behind Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen's actions seemed reckless and impulsive, she knew that Zhuowen should have his reasons. Zhuowen did so because the internal map that Lei Qi had gave a brief introduction of the Netherworld Hall. It was said that the Netherworld Hall was filled with powerful restrictions set up by Yuwusi. Once one stepped into the Netherworld Hall, no matter how cautious one was, they would basically trigger the restrictions of the Netherworld Hall. In other words, the moment Zhuowen entered the Netherworld Hall, Yuwusi already knew. Fortunately, Yuwusi was in the Middle Universe. Even if he rushed over at full speed, it would take him a few days. This gave Zhuowen enough time to break into the Netherworld Hall. However, this also meant that Zhuowen had been completely exposed. The elite experts of the Serene Mirage sect would definitely receive Yuwusi's orders and rush to the Netherworld Hall. Therefore, Zhuowen needed to break into the Netherworld Hall in the shortest time possible. Zhuowen was sure that since this was where Yuwusi cultivated in seclusion, there must be great treasures inside. Since Yuwusi had left seclusion for the heavenly domain Starry Sky Essence, this was the best time for him to break into the Netherworld Hall. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The moment Zhuowen rushed out, he summoned the black-clothed Zhuowen, the Thunderfire Sword, and the Blood Immortal Sword. Chapter 2056. Netherhall Swoosh. 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 Suddenly, figures rushed out of the black fog and turned into a dense black rain, completely blocking Zhuowen's path. These figures were not cultivators, but a kind of living dead whose bodies were completely black and whose faces were beyond recognition. They looked exceptionally ferocious. There were so many living dead that as long as the black fog was there would be living dead. They were so densely packed that it made one's scalp tingle. Kill! Zhuowen glanced at the pale Yin Bingyun beside him, then turned into two whirlwinds and rushed in with the black-clothed Zhuowen. Xiaohei circled around the crowd, dealing with the sudden changes in the surroundings. As for the Blood Immortal, she was shouting loudly while being surrounded by Xiaohei, launching sneak attacks here and there. Yin Bingyun came back to her senses. Although she was a little afraid of the living dead around her who were neither human nor ghost, she was not an ordinary person after all. She quickly calmed down and took out a flaming long sword to help Zhuowen kill the living dead around her. The few of them were extremely fast, shuttling through the crowd of living dead with irresistible force, constantly approaching the Nether Hall. In the Middle Universe, the Star Continent where the Hongyun Trading Company branch was located was bustling with people coming and going. One after another, flying ships tore through the starry sky and landed on the Star Continent. Suddenly, three extremely huge flying ships turned into flowing lights from afar and swept to the edge of the Star Continent, attracting the attention of many cultivators. It's the flying ships of the Dark Mirage sect, the High Heaven Sect, and the Heavenly Demon Island. Seeing the 3 flying ships, many cultivators had a look of awe in their eyes. The 3 flying ships were all disciples of super forces, and they were also the most advantageous competitors for the heavenly domain Starry Sky Essence. There was no doubt that in the eyes of many cultivators, the heavenly domain Starry Sky Essence would definitely be taken away by the top 10 sects this time, and the other forces had little chance. Isn't that the old ancestor of the Dark Mirage sect, Uwusi? Even the old ancestor has come. Isn't the Dark Mirage sect too generous? When Uwusi led Uyewe and the many experts of the Dark Mirage sect off the flying ship, a sharp-eyed cultivator in the crowd immediately recognized Uwusi's identity, causing the crowd to gasp in shock. Ling Yunji and Mo led their own teams and followed behind the Dark Mirage sect team, looking at the Dark Mirage sect group with uncertain expressions. This time, they knew that the Dark Mirage sect was determined to get the heavenly domain Starry Sky Essence. Uwusi were Uwusi. But Wusi were Wusi where you were Wusi. Where Wusi was Uwusi. Uwusi was different. After all, Uwusi had suffered serious injuries before he went into seclusion, which was why he was so eager to obtain the heavenly domain Starry Sky Essence. Otherwise, Uwusi would not have come out of seclusion to waste his remaining lifespan and cultivation time. For the ancestors of the 10 great sects who had lived for countless years, the most important thing was no longer worldly possessions, but the lifespan that was gone forever. Once they died of old age, they were really finished. Therefore, most of the old ancestors chose to go into seclusion, hoping to reach the 9 steps void sky and comprehend life and death, to a certain extent, gain eternal life. However, reaching the 9 steps void sky was too difficult. In the entire Great Brahma domain, Great Brahma was probably the only one who had reached this realm. As for other cultivators, they had never heard of anyone who had reached the 9 steps void sky. Uwusi raised his head and stared at the Great Fortune Trading Company in the center of the star continent with blazing eyes. He was determined to get the heavenly domain Starry Sky Essence, even if he had to snatch it. Suddenly, Uwusi stopped in his tracks, his face turning green and white. Uyewe and the other Dark Mirage sect experts behind him also stopped and looked at Uwusi in puzzlement. Ling Yunji and Mo looked at each other and also stopped, looking at Uwusi strangely. "Old ancestor, what's wrong?" Uyewe asked cautiously. Uwusi said, "Someone broke into my nether hall." "What? Who is so bold? Who dares to break into the nether hall?" Uyewe's pupils shrank as he cried out in his heart. His body trembled as he hurriedly asked, "Old ancestor, what should we do? Have all the cultivators in the sect rush to the nether hall. We will continue to wait for the auction. There are only 3 people who have broken into the nether hall this time. With the remaining experts in the sect, they should be able to kill the intruders." Uwusi said indifferently as he stepped back into the Great Fortune Trading Company. Bang, bang, bang. After a while, Zhuowen and Yin Bingyun arrived in front of the nether hall's door. At this moment, the door was tightly shut. The door was made of gilded bronze and exuded a powerful halo of energy. "This door is made of gilded bronze. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to break it open," Yin Bingyun said somewhat dejectedly. "If it were an array, I would be worried. If it were an ore, it would be easier for me." Zhuowen grinned as he summoned Xiaohe and said, "Xiaohe, it's up to you. This thing is much higher quality than the demonic gold Saint Rock." Xiaohe licked his lips as he said with the blood immortal, "Little blood immortal, the feast is here. This gilded bronze is a great supplement for us tool cultivators." The blood immortal hurriedly revealed a flattering smile as he said a bunch of flattering words without any scruples. Xiaohe was pleased and pleased. Xiaohe indeed had a set of methods to deal with this kind of ore. Moreover, it carried the thunder and fire energy of the Purple Star Monarch, so the gilded bronze door was not a big problem for it. After breaking open the gilded bronze door, Xiaohe and the Blood Immortal did not hesitate to plunder the pieces of the gilded bronze into the spirit ring. Then they grinned and said, "Let's go. Let's go in quickly. This nether hall must have a lot of good stuff hidden inside." Zhuowen set up a trap and kill array at the door before he took Yin Bingyun and slipped through the door. Not long after Zhuowen and the others entered the nether hall, several figures flew in from outside the demonic illusion sect and landed at the entrance of the nether hall. Someone has broken into the nether hall. Damn it, let's go in. A white-haired old man's expression changed drastically when he saw the broken gilded bronze door. This was the forbidden area of the demonic illusion sect. It was where the demonic illusion sect's ancestor, Yu Wuxi, cultivated in seclusion. It could be considered the most important place in the demonic illusion sect. Now that someone had broken in, one could imagine how severe the consequences would be when Yu Wuxi returned. But soon, these cultivators' eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. They knew that they could not escape the responsibility of the nether hall being broken into. This time, when Yu Wuxi returned, they would probably be punished accordingly. Therefore, these cultivators of the demonic illusion sect really hated this intruder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The white-haired old man led many cultivators into the nether hall. The moment they entered the nether hall, Zhuowen's powerful spirit sense spread out and scanned the entire nether hall. The nether hall was divided into 3 levels. The first level was extremely spacious. With Zhuowen's powerful spirit sense, he quickly found the stairs to the second level. However, he did not go there immediately. Instead, his gaze landed on a large hall. "Let's go." Zhuowen moved like the wind and arrived in front of the large hall in an instant. He glanced at Xiaohe. Xiaohe understood and blasted open the door of the hall. The moment Zhuowen entered, he immediately discovered that there was actually a large herb field in the hall. Moreover, there were many types of divine herbs in the herb field. There were even many level 7 and level 8 divine herbs. Zhuowen even found a few level 9 divine herbs. However, the number of level 9 divine herbs was too small. Even so, in this huge medicinal field, they stood out like cranes among chickens. Zhuowen could recognize them at a glance. Zhuowen also discovered that the soil in the herb field was extremely unusual. It was actually the scarlet cloud celestial soil that he had obtained previously. However, the scarlet cloud celestial soil here was not a palm-sized piece. It stretched for thousands of acres. "Xiaohe, can you uproot this herb field?" Zhuowen's breathing quickened as he asked. Yin Bingyun, on the other hand, was completely stunned. This was definitely the most advanced medicinal field she had ever seen. Such a medicinal field was priceless in the outside world. It was priceless. Even if one wanted to buy it, they couldn't buy it. "I can try." Xiaohe nodded and controlled the thunder fire sword to cut at the edge of the herb field as fast as the wind. Not long after, the soil at the edge of the medicinal field was cut into deep cracks. "Rise!" At the same time, the black-clothed Zhuowen waved his sleeve and activated the heaven-devouring demonic book. A huge devouring vortex appeared above the herb field. Whoosh! The terrifying devouring power uprooted the herb field and sucked it into Devour's internal world. Zhuowen did not have time to rejoice when he put away the herb field. His powerful divine sense immediately detected several figures outside the nether hall. Not good. The cultivators of the Serene Mirage sect are here. We have to leave this place quickly. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He immediately left the hall with Yin Bingyun and found the stairs to the second floor. Not long after Zhuowen left, several figures arrived at the herb field that had been destroyed by Zhuowen. The white-haired old man and the others paled when they saw the entire herb field that had been dug up. Although it was their first time entering the nether hall, they knew that this hall was probably Yu Wuxi's private herb field from the dense medicinal qi in the surroundings. Now that the entire herb field had been uprooted and taken away, the consequences would be unimaginable if Yu Wuxi found out. What a bold intruder. If I don't kill you today, I'm not worthy of being the enforcement elder of the Serene Mirage sect. The white-haired old man's beard flared as he led the group of cultivators deeper into the nether hall. At the entrance of the stairs, Zhuowen tossed out several formation discs and began setting up a chain of trap and kill arrays. At the same time, he placed a barrier formation at the entrance of the stairs and prepared to wait for the intruder. Zhuowen knew that they were trapped inside the nether hall. Blindly running away would only force them into a desperate situation. They had to take the initiative to fight back. Of course, Zhuowen left the waiting for the intruder to the black-clothed Zhuowen while he led Yin Bingyun and Xiao He to search the second floor. The resources on the second floor were even more abundant. There were many ores, weapons, pills, and medicines. Moreover, they were all precious items that could not be bought in the outside world. Chapter 2057. Ice Lotus Boom. 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 After Zhuowen and Yin Bingyun had plundered most of the resources on the second floor, a terrifying explosion came from the staircase. Looks like the people from the Dark Illusion sect have arrived. Zhuowen's eyes were solemn as he took a step forward and arrived at the staircase. At this moment, the death trap array he had set up at the staircase was shaking violently as if it would shatter at any moment. Zhuowen did not hesitate as he threw out divine artifacts one after another from his spirit ring. There was no lack of void, sky divine artifacts among them. Zhuowen had killed many disciples of the top 10 sects on the square of the Tower of Hanoi. Even the strongest geniuses and elders of the top sects, such as Lei Qi and Lianze, had died at his hands. Zhuowen was a person who was very particular about making use of trash, and he also had the greedy blood immortal. Therefore, every time he killed someone, the blood immortal would take the spirit ring from the dead person. This also meant that Zhuowen had a lot of divine artifacts on him. Zhuowen threw out almost 100 divine artifacts, which shocked Yin Bingyun. She clearly did not expect Zhuowen to be so rich. Crack! The death trap array was broken the moment the divine artifacts were thrown out. Then, a white-haired elder with a vast aura rushed out with a group of cultivators. Bastard, who are you? What is your purpose in intruding into the Dark Illusion sect? The white-haired elder rushed out, and his eyes fell on Zhuowen as he gnashed his teeth. Unfortunately, what the white-haired elder saw was Zhuowen's mocking smile and the almost 100 divine artifacts whistling towards him. Explode! Zhuowen exhaled softly. Close to 100 god artifacts were detonated by him. Terrifying explosions surged out, followed by dazzling heat waves. Retreat! The white-haired elder's expression changed greatly, but his reaction was not slow. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out a small bronze cauldron from his spirit ring. With a flash of green light, the small bronze cauldron immediately transformed into a large round cauldron that blocked the entrance of the staircase. Unfortunately, the energy from the explosion of almost 100 divine artifacts was too terrifying. The small bronze cauldron only blocked it for a moment before it was completely shattered by the terrifying explosion. The white-haired elder and the group behind the small bronze cauldron roared as they used their various abilities to block the explosion energy. At the same time, they kept retreating backwards in an extremely sorry state. As the white-haired elder and the others retreated, Zhuowen set up many formation discs at the entrance of the staircase. He had prepared this time. He had obtained many formation discs from the fortune trading company. These array discs didn't require too much time to set up. They could immediately set up the required array formations. After setting up the discs, Zhuowen led Yin Bingyun. He led Yin Bingyun to the third floor. Bai Zhuowen had obtained such great gains from the first 2 levels of the Nether Pavilion, so the resources on the third level would definitely be even greater. So, there was no reason for him to give up on the third level and leave the Nether Pavilion. There's a restriction on the third staircase. The moment he stepped onto the third staircase, an invisible ripple immediately blocked Zhuowen, causing Zhuowen to frown slightly. There were no restrictions on the first 2 staircases, but there was one on the third floor. Zhuowen knew that there must be something extremely important to Yu Wuxi on the third floor. Xiao He, don't hold back. Break this restriction directly. Zhuowen knew that it was too late to break the restriction now. Time was of the essence, so he could only break it with brute force. Xiaohei naturally knew the severity of the situation. She nodded, and the surface of the Thunderfire sword exploded with terrifying lightning and fire energy. At the same time, Zhuan's original body took out 64 beginning demonic golden swords, while the black-clothed Zhuan unleashed all the extreme lightning energy in his body. Together with the heaven-devouring demonic tome, they formed a terrifying heaven-devouring lightning. Rumble. The combined power of the three almost shook the heavens and the earth. The entire Nether Hall shook violently. On the first floor of the Nether Hall, the white-clothed old man and the others had barely managed to block the explosion of the divine artifact. They immediately felt the terrifying tremors. Oh no, what did that intruder do up there? The white-clothed old man roared angrily and immediately rushed to the second staircase. Unfortunately, the trap and kill array immediately blocked the white-clothed old man's path. The white-clothed old man roared angrily. Gathering the power of the cultivators behind him, he forcefully destroyed the trap and kill array and entered the second floor. Seeing that the second floor was almost empty, the white-clothed old man's face turned extremely ugly. Then, he saw Zhuan and the others had already broken the restriction and entered the third staircase. "Come back here!" The white-clothed old man roared and chased after them like a ferocious tiger. Zhuan, however, laughed out loud. He actually threw out close to 100 divine artifacts from his spirit ring, which instantly exploded. Damn, brat, you're using this trick again." Seeing the nearly 100 divine artifacts exploding, the white-clothed old man forcibly stopped himself and retreated instead of advancing. He resisted the explosion of the divine artifacts with the other cultivators. The white-clothed old man's lungs were about to explode from anger. He had fallen for that brat's trick again and again. This almost drove the white-clothed old man mad. At the same time, the white-clothed old man was shocked. How could this brat have so many divine artifacts on him? How much courage did he need to detonate so many divine artifacts at once? The space on the third floor was not big, but there was a bone-chilling coldness. Zhuan set up many arrayed discs at the entrance of the staircase. At the same time, he hid 10 void sky divine artifacts within the arrayed discs trap and kill array. He knew that once he reached the third floor, he would have to face the white-clothed old man and the others. If he wanted to escape alive, he would have to face the group of dark fantasy sex experts. Therefore, he did not hesitate to take out all his void sky divine artifacts. These 10 void sky divine artifacts were all top grade. He had obtained them from Lei Qi, Lian Zhe, Wei Shuo, and the other geniuses. The power of 10 void sky divine artifacts exploding at the same time was much more terrifying than the previous ones. Moreover, the void sky divine artifacts were hidden within the trap and kill array. If the white-clothed old man and the others did not know what was good for them and try to force their way through the trap and kill array, they would have to face the explosion of the void sky divine artifacts. After setting up the trap and kill array, Zhuan began to examine the scenery on the third floor of the Nether Hall. There were 9 huge icicles erected here. At the center of the 9 icicles was a crystal-clear ice lotus. The surface of this ice lotus was cold and dense. Its petals were as transparent and flawless as ice. The bone-chilling coldness on the third floor came from this ice lotus. Moreover, this ice lotus was quite large. It was about 10 feet wide. The stamen at the center of the blooming petals looked more like a praying mat. Zhuan glanced at the ice lotus and then looked around. He discovered that there was nothing on the third floor other than this ice lotus and the 9 icicles around it. "What is this thing?" Zhuan muttered with a frown. "Who cares what it is? Since this thing is placed on the third floor of the Nether Hall and is even protected by restrictions, it's probably the most precious thing of the Serene Mirage Sex ancestor. Hurry up and take it away," Xiaohei hurriedly said. Zhuan nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, he planned to put the ice lotus into his spirit ring. But the moment his power approached the ice lotus, it was frozen into an icicle. "What? It can even freeze void sky divine force. This, Zhuowen was shocked. He stared at the ice lotus as he pondered over what this thing was. It could even freeze void sky divine force. It was too terrifying. Xiaohei suddenly spat out the power of extreme fire, which turned into a giant hand. She barely managed to suck the ice lotus into her palm. With a tug, she put the ice lotus into her spirit ring. No, this ice lotus's freezing power is too strong. My spirit ring is about to be frozen. Hurry up and take it out. The moment the ice lotus entered the spirit ring, Zhuan immediately noticed that a lot of frost had appeared on the surface of the spirit ring. Helpless, Xiaohei took out the ice lotus again and said, "Put it in your internal world." Zhuan nodded. The black-robed Zhuan summoned his devouring whirlpool and swallowed the ice lotus into his internal world. Devour's internal world was extremely large. Although the ice lotus's cold power was terrifying, it wasn't enough to freeze Devour's internal world. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the ice lotus was put away, terrifying explosions came from the entrance. Zhuo knew that the white-robed old man had brought people to attack the confinement-killing array. Sectmaster Yin, enter my spirit ring. Zhuo looked at Yin Bingyun and said. This time, Yin Bingyun didn't refuse. After knowing how strong Zhuo was, she knew that she would only be a burden if she followed Zhuo. After Yin Bingyun was put away, the confinement-killing array was broken. The white-haired old man led a group of dark fantasy sect's elite experts to the entrance of the staircase. His cold gaze was fixed on Zhuo. Who are you? Also, what did you take from the third floor? Hand it all over, destroy your own void bridge, and get out of the dark fantasy sect. The white-haired old man's voice was filled with fear. Zhuo couldn't be bothered with a white-haired old man. In his heart, he muttered, "Explode." Boom, boom. Suddenly, a terrifying whirlpool of explosions appeared at the entrance of the flight of stairs. The simultaneous explosion of 10 void, sky divine artifacts produced far more energy than the previous 2 explosions. In the blink of an eye, miserable screams came from the entrance of the staircase. Even the white-haired old man had no choice but to run for his life to deal with the surrounding explosive energy. The white-haired old man really couldn't understand. Zhuo had already exploded close to 200 divine artifacts, so why were there still divine artifacts left to explode? In the instant of the explosion, Zhuo, with a glorious amethyst galaxy sword in hand and a no-beginning devil golden sword circling around him, charged into the explosion with the black-robed Zhuo and the thunder fire sword. Boom! The thunder fire sword smashed towards the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man was the strongest in this group. His cultivation had reached the 7th step of the Void Sky realm. Therefore, the Thunder Fire Sword unceremoniously used its full strength. Originally, the white-haired old man didn't pay much attention to the Thunder Fire Sword, but when he used his divine artifact to resist the Thunder Fire Sword, he grunted and retreated repeatedly. His eyes finally revealed a look of shock. Chapter 2058. Wreaking havoc in the Dark Mirage sect the moment the Thunderfire Sword suppressed the white-haired old man, Zhuowen and the black-clothed Zhuowen did not hold back at all. Zhuowen's glorious violet galaxy sword, combined with his powerful divine sense and the golden devil sword of no beginning, directly pierced through the crowd on the stairs. In just a single exchange, he killed 2 cultivators of the 3rd step of the Void Sky. Meanwhile, the black-clothed Zhuowen erupted with a terrifying power of lightning that protected Zhuowen. Die! As he passed through the crowd, 2 terrifying and vast forces suddenly attacked Zhuowen from behind. Without even thinking, the 64 golden devil swords of no beginning formed an enormous vortex of killing intent and met them head-on. Bang! To his astonishment, the vortex of killing intent was instantly destroyed, while he grunted and retreated repeatedly. 2 gray-robed, middle-aged men blocked Zhuowen's path. Their auras were vast, and they were actually supreme experts of the 6th step of the Void Sky. Zhuan's gaze was dark. He took a deep breath and suddenly clenched his free left hand. Waves of seemingly solid purple intent appeared in the palm of his left hand and gathered into a purple sword that flickered with purple light. This purple sword was a long sword formed from the 6th level Dao intent, and Zhuan's aura rapidly increased under the support of the Dao intent. Charge! With 2 violet swords in hand, Zhuan fiercely slashed out, and all the other cultivators that flashed over to besiege him were slashed flying. Then, Zhuan stomped his right foot and suddenly shot towards the 2 cultivators of the 6th step of the void sky. You're courting death. The 2 cultivators of the 6th step of the void sky were full of cold smiles. They both used their divine abilities and blasted them in front of Zhuan in an attempt to block his path. The black-clothed Zhuan immediately used his innate divine ability, Purgatory. At the same time, he opened the eye of heavenly lightning. Terrifying heavenly lightning shot out and broke through the divine abilities of the 2 cultivators. Rumble. Immediately, the black-robed Zhuan channeled the heaven-devouring demonic book at a high speed. He then reared his head back and roared. This roar was filled with boundless might and majesty. It was as though the black-robed Zhuan was a noble existence that was above everyone else in this place. The 2 cultivators clearly did not expect the black-clothed Zhuan to let out such a deafening roar and were momentarily stunned. Zhuan closed in, and the purple swords in his hands transformed into 2 rings of purple light as he stood firmly in front of the 2 cultivators. The purple sword was as fast as the wind, as if it was an illusion. The 7th move of the Tao of Destruction sword technique, sword swimming through the great void. Zhuan muttered in a low voice. In the blink of an eye, he passed by the 2 cultivators and broke the arms of the 2 who were still in a daze. These 2 swords were too mysterious. Coupled with Devour's roar, Zhuan was able to easily cut off the arms of the 2 6th-step void sky cultivators. Zhuan did not continue fighting. After passing through the obstruction of the 2 cultivators, he quickly brought the black-clothed Zhuan down to the bottom of the nether hall. As for Xiaohe, after seeing Zhuan escape, she erupted with terrifying lightning and fire energy and charged out of the encirclement. Along the way, she killed many cultivators and caught up to Zhuan. When the white-haired old man completely blocked the energy from the explosion of the divine artifact and turned around, he could no longer see Zhuan and the others. Instead, it was the people he brought with him who were either injured or dead. Immediately notify all the disciples of the dim mirage sect to intercept that intruder, the white-haired old man said furiously. The others hurriedly took out their communication jade talismans and notified the disciples in charge. In just an instant, the dim mirage sect became jittery. Many disciples came out of seclusion to capture Zhuan. After setting up several killing arrays at the entrance of the nether hall, Zhuan left the nether hall. As soon as Zhuan left the perimeter of the nether hall, he saw a group of dim mirage sect disciples heading his way. Apart from that, there were many disciples everywhere. They had formed their own groups and were constantly patrolling the area. At that moment, the security of the dim mirage sect was several dozen times tighter than when Zhuan had first entered. Basically, all the people of the dim mirage sect had been mobilized. Intruder kill. The group patrolling at the front immediately noticed Zhuan, who had emerged from the forbidden grounds. The cultivator at the head of the group immediately gave the order to kill. Zhuan's gaze was cold. Right now, he needed to leave the dim mirage sect as quickly as possible. Once the experts of the dim mirage sect caught up to him, it would be rather difficult for him to leave. Zhuan really did not take the dim mirage sect disciples before him seriously. The 48 demonic golden swords suddenly shot out. Every single one of them could kill a person. When the entire sword formation was mobilized, all the disciples in the group were killed off in an instant. Unfortunately, the disturbance on Zhuan's side had completely alarmed the other groups nearby. One after another, teams converged towards this side, blocking off Zhuan's path of escape. Zhuan's face was sunken as he charged forward with the black-robed Zhuan. He needed to leave the dim mirage sect before those old fellows left the Nether Hall. Kill. Zhuowen struck out without any warning, and he showed no mercy at all. Wherever he passed, most of the dim mirage sect disciples were not a match for a single move from Zhuowen. Corpses rained down from the sky of the dim mirage sect like raindrops. Unfortunately, enough ants could bite an elephant to death. Most of the dim mirage sect disciples were not a match for Zhuowen. However, this was the headquarters of the dim mirage sect, their territory. There were countless disciples here. Zhuowen killed wave after wave, basically turning the dim mirage sect into a bloodbath. Spurt. Countless abilities and god artifacts flew over, blasting away the demonic golden swords around Zhuowen. He vomited a mouthful of blood as his face paled. However, Zhuowen did not give himself any time to catch his breath. He continued to swing the violet sword in his hands as his 6th-level Dao intense constantly poured out, increasing his strength as he killed wave after wave of dim mirage sect disciples. We're about to reach the exit. Just hold on a little longer. Zhuowen's main body was covered in blood, and the blood stain at the corner of his lips was a ghastly sight. Even the black-robed Zhuowen was not in a particularly good state. No matter how powerful the two of them were, it was impossible for them to remain unscathed when surrounded by so many dim mirage sect disciples. Currently, countless cultivators had gathered around the star where the dim mirage sect resided. Most of them were independent cultivators and disciples of other smaller organizations. When the countless cultivators had shot out of the dim mirage sect and formed groups to patrol, they had already attracted the attention of the nearby cultivators. And when Zhuowen charged into the encirclement and killed countless dim mirage sect disciples, he had completely shocked these cultivators. They immediately knew that someone had actually barged into the dim mirage sect alone to cause trouble. Was he not courting death? Of course, when these cultivators saw how this troublemaking cultivator killed the surrounding dim mirage sect disciples like he was cutting grass, they knew that this troublemaking cultivator was not simple. Who is this kid? He actually came to the dim mirage sect to cause trouble. Is he not courting death? Why do I feel that this kid is very familiar? I think I've seen him before. That's Zhuowen, the independent cultivator who tricked the 8 sect masters in the Middle Universe Galaxy Grand Competition back then. This guy is really bold. Not long after he tricked the 8 sect masters, he actually snuck into the dim mirage sect alone to cause trouble. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized Zhuowen as his voice was filled with excitement. An uproar broke out amongst the crowd. The name Zhuowen had become a household name in this period of time. There was no one who did not know of him. In the star domain, someone who could be jointly wanted by the 8 great sects could not be said to be unheard of in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented. At the very least, before Zhuowen, there had truly been no cultivator who had been jointly wanted by the 8 great sections. It was precisely for this reason that Zhuowen's name had become a household name in the 8 great sections. Of course, this was not a good reputation. That Zhuowen is done for. Look, the disciplinary elders of the dim mirage sect have all come. Suddenly, the crowd noticed that in the depths of the dim mirage sect, the white-haired old man had already left the Nether Hall and was heading straight for Zhuowen with great speed. Zhuowen also noticed that the white-haired old man was getting closer and closer behind him and felt anxious. He was still some distance away from the entrance, and his current condition was truly not very good. Just the encirclement of so many dim mirage sect disciples was enough to make him suffer, let alone the white-haired old man and the other elders of the dim mirage sect. The white-haired old man very quickly noticed the mountainous pile of corpses below, and the flames of fury in his chest surged. The white-haired old man stared at Zhuowen with bloodshot eyes as he roared, "You're looking to die. You've killed so many of my dim mirage sect disciples. I'll make you pay with your blood." With that, the white-haired old man took a step forward and arrived behind Zhuowen. With a palm strike, the space around Zhuowen completely distorted. Bang! The Thunderfire sword suddenly flicked, blocking the white-haired old man's palm strike. At the same time, he sent a message to Zhuowen, "Kid, Hurry up and leave. I'll block this old man for you. However, Zhuowen smiled bitterly. He had truly miscalculated this time. The dim mirage sect was not as weak as he had imagined. After all, it was one of the 10 great sections. He had underestimated it too much, resulting in him being surrounded and unable to escape. Kill him. The white-haired old man ordered the dozen or so elders behind him. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, the dozen or so elders shot toward Zhuowen. At the same time, the surrounding dim mirage sect disciples also became excited, and their attacks became even more concentrated and terrifying. The two people at the head of the dozen or so elders were the two experts whose arms had been chopped off by Zhuowen earlier. Now, their severed arms had already completely recovered. After all, at their level of cultivation, as long as it was not a fatal injury or internal injury, they would basically be able to recover very quickly. Zhuowen's gaze was cold as he suddenly took out the soul-absorbing god needle and shot it towards one of the cultivators. The cultivator sneered. He did not particularly care about the soul-absorbing god needle, and with a pinch of the sword in his right hand, he caught this soul-absorbing god needle between his fingers. In his view, this Zhuowen's cultivation was even lower than his, so how powerful could his soul be? Thus, he did not care at all. The moment this cultivator caught the soul-absorbing god needle, Zhuowen detonated all 300 divine soul galaxies in his spiritual space. At this moment, his soul had become terrifyingly powerful, and it suddenly acted on the soul-absorbing god needle. Swish! The powerful force of the soul-absorbing god needle directly annihilated the cultivator's sword finger, and then it sank into the cultivator's forehead. The cultivator's soul was instantly destroyed, and the powerful spiritual sense attached to the soul-absorbing god needle exploded, completely destroying the cultivator's body. Even a virtual sky bridge was not spared. Chapter 2059. Exposing the heavenly domain starry sky essence. The moment the 300 divine soul galaxies in his spiritual space were shattered, Zhuowen swallowed a drop of heavenly domain starry sky essence that he had long prepared. His spiritual space, which had been severely injured due to the destruction of the divine soul galaxies, instantly recovered after Zhuowen swallowed the heavenly domain starry sky essence. At this moment, the surroundings immediately fell silent. No one had expected that one of the two elders of the Xiantian Sixth Ascension that had remained in the Dark Mirage sect would be killed just like that. This had exceeded everyone's expectations. Let's attack together and kill this bastard. The white-haired old man almost went mad with anger as he roared. A six-step Void Sky elder was already considered an overlord in the Heaven Domain. Even in their dark fantasy sect, there were not many experts of such cultivation. This time, apart from Yu Wuxi taking away 7 or 8 six-step Void Sky Elders, their dark fantasy sect only had these two. Now that one of them had died, it was definitely a great blow to the dark fantasy sect. Receiving the white-haired old man's order, the surrounding disciples of the dark fantasy sect instantly went crazy. Together with a dozen or so elders, they used various divine abilities and divine weapons to attack Zhuowen's vital points. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. Before, he was still a little worried that the heavenly domain starry sky essence would be exposed, but now in this almost hopeless situation, Zhuowen knew that he could not survive without using the heavenly domain starry sky essence. At this moment, he did not care whether the heavenly domain starry sky essence would be exposed or not. He took out a jade bottle, took a big gulp, and held it in his mouth. This gulp contained nearly 100 drops, enough to heal his fatal injuries nearly 100 times. The black-clothed Zhuowen also took a gulp and immediately fought a bloody battle with his main body. Because of the heavenly domain starry sky essence, his main body and his doppelganger were almost fighting with their lives on the line. They simply did not care about the attacks coming from the surroundings. As long as it was not a fatal injury, Zhuowen almost did not dodge, and only sought to quickly defeat the enemy. Bang! 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 In just an instant, like farmers cutting grass, one corpse after another fell from the sky above the dark fantasy sect. The moment Joan was injured, he immediately grabbed a drop of heavenly domain starry sky essence from his mouth, and the black-clothed Joan naturally did the same. How is that possible? This guy has suffered so many fatal blows. How can he still be so lively? The other void sky 6 steps cultivator looked at Joan in disbelief. His pupils constricted into needles, and a sense of fear rose in his heart. Sun and moonrise. Joan slashed out with both his purple swords. One of the swords turned into a purple moon, while the other turned into a purple sun. The purple moon and the purple sun simultaneously rose up behind him, and then the surrounding space instantly collapsed. Most of the nearby dim Mirage sect disciples were killed. Joan stomped on the ground with his right foot. He did not care about the countless divine powers that were coming at him again. The no-beginning devil golden sword was like a loyal guard as it circled around his body, blocking all the attacks coming at him. Even if the attacks from the outside world were too powerful and broke through the defense of the golden sword of no beginning and blasted onto Joan's body, as long as they were not fatal, he could not be bothered to dodge. In an instant, he arrived in front of Elder Su Tian Lu Deng. "You're courting death." The Elder Su Tian Lu Deng reacted. His eyes flashed with a sinister light as he slashed out with both his blades. 2 terrifying blades of chi that seemed to cross the horizon tore through the sky and slashed in front of Joan with a boom. Boom! The no-beginning devil golden sword that circled around Joan was instantly destroyed, and Joan grunted as the blade chi slashed at his chest. A gash several dozen inches deep appeared on his chest. The internal organs near his chest had been completely chopped to pieces. The Elder Su Tian Lu Deng saw Joan's terrifying wounds and sneered inside. He felt that this kid was dead for sure this time. But then he discovered to his shock that the terrifying wound on this kid's chest was rapidly healing at a visible rate. How was that possible? How'd you do it? Su Tian Liudeng's elder cried out in alarm and attacked Joan with both of his blades without any regard for his life. Joan's main body resisted the terrifying blade chi with difficulty. Although his body was riddled with scars, he was able to heal quickly every time. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. At this moment, the elder Su Tian Lu Deng was truly frightened, and his attacks became chaotic. He wasn't afraid of facing a strong enemy, but facing a strange guy that couldn't be killed no matter how he attacked. He was truly afraid. Rumble. The moment the elder Su Tian Lu Deng panicked, the black-clothed Joan rushed out of the endless attacks and arrived behind the elder. The instant the black-clothed Joan swallowed the heavenly domain star essence and healed his injuries, he clenched his right hand. A terrifying devouring force combined with the power of extreme lightning formed a black hole that heavily smashed into the elder's back. "Elder Chun, watch your back." A white-robed elder followed closely behind the black-clothed Joan. His expression changed slightly as he couldn't help but shout. Unfortunately, he was too late. The devouring lightning had already smashed into the elder Su Tian Lu Deng's back. Pucci. The elder Su Tian Lu Deng was caught off guard and spat out a mouthful of blood. His movement of slashing out blade chi instantly stopped. The eyes of Joan's main body, who was in the midst of the terrifying blade chi, flashed as he destroyed another 300 divine soul galaxies without hesitation and activated the soul-absorbing God Needle again. Whoosh! The soul-absorbing God Needle was extremely fast. The elder was still in pain from being struck by the devouring lightning and simply wasn't prepared for this move of Joan's. The soul-absorbing God Needle sank into the elder's forehead, and then the terrifying power of divine sense stirred up his divine soul space like a storm, shattering his divine soul space. Even the Su Tian Lu Deng's divine soul space was unable to survive. The moment this elder Su Tian Lu Deng also fell the other disciples of the dim mirage sect finally began to feel fear. Some of them even quietly retreated, staring fearfully at the sloppy youth bathed in blood in front of them. Enforcement elder. The other elders retreated to the side of the white-haired elder, staring at Zhuowen's main body and doppelganger with fear. The white-haired elder punched the Thunderfire sword back and looked at the two dead elders, Su Tian Lu Ding, with an ugly expression. "Who the hell are you?" The white-haired elder asked fearfully. Zhuowen sneered. "Come on, why don't you continue? I've killed so many people of your dim mirage sect. Why are you all scared now? Aren't you going to avenge your dead brothers?" Zhuowen simply drank another mouthful of heavenly domain star essence, and then threw it to the black-clothed Zhuowen. The latter drank the last bit of heavenly domain star essence in the jade bottle and held it in his mouth. "This is heavenly domain star essence. You must be that Zhuowen." The white-haired elder finally guessed what was in the jade bottle. This person's performance just now was really too strange. He had clearly been fatally wounded many times and should have died, but every time he was able to recover to his peak and continue to fight as lively as a dragon and a tiger. And there was nothing else that could make him recover to his peak in an instant other than the legendary heavenly domain star essence. At this moment, there were more and more cultivators gathering outside the dim mirage sect, and all of them stared fervently at the blood-soaked figure in the great array of the dim mirage sect. From Zhuowen's performance just now, as long as one was not a fool, one could tell that this boy absolutely had a lot of heavenly domain star essence. It should be known that Zhuowen had been fatally wounded at least 100 times, but he was able to recover to his peak each time, which meant that he had taken nearly 100 drops of heavenly domain star essence in these 100 times. In the outside world, a drop of heavenly domain star essence was already rare in the world. Even in the auction that shook the entire star domain this time, it was said that only 10 drops of heavenly domain star essence had been auctioned. But just now, Zhuowen alone had taken nearly 100 drops, and this did not include Zhuowen's doppelganger. If it was included, it would be nearly 200 drops. 200 drops of heavenly domain star essence was enough to make the entire star domain go crazy. At this moment, there were already many Void Sky cultivators outside the dim mirage sect who had hired dozens of powerful divine array masters to set up an inescapable trap and kill Array. Instead, it was the temporary teleportation formation that Zhuowen had secretly set up in a remote area on the outskirts of the Dark Mirage sect that had not been discovered. Fortunately, Zhuowen had set up a concealment formation in the surroundings, or the temporary teleportation formation would definitely have been exposed. The moment he recognized Zhuowen, the white-haired elder was first shocked, and then his breathing quickened. If the cultivators outside the dim mirage sect could think of it, he could naturally think of it as well. Just now, Zhuowen had used heavenly domain star essence nearly 100 times, and this Zhuowen could squander heavenly domain star essence so casually it could be seen that this boy must have a lot of it on him. Thinking of this, the white-haired elder impatiently took out a token and sent out a signal. Immediately, he shouted with his divine power, "Everyone, join forces and capture this boy. Once we capture this boy, everyone will be rewarded with 10,000 top-grade divine stones and a level 7 divine medicine. All disciples below the Void Sky realm will have a chance to obtain a Void Ascension pill. Void Ascension pill, top-grade divine stones, and a level 7 divine medicine. What else are you thinking? Let's kill this boy together." The rewards that the white-haired elder announced were really too tempting, causing the many dim mirage sect disciples who had originally retreated to fly toward Zhuowen with bloodshot eyes without any regard for their lives. Middle Universe. The star continent where the Great Fortune Trading Company branch was located was crowded with countless cultivators. At this moment, the inside of the trading company was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Those who could enter the trading company were either cultivators from large forces, experts with high status, or wealthy row cultivators. On the auction stage, an enchanting female cultivator, twisting her slender waist, shouted, The last auction item is the Heavenly Domain Star Essence that everyone has been waiting for. The starting price is 100 million divine stones, and each increment must not be less than 10 million. When the jade bottle containing 10 drops of Heavenly Domain Star Essence was presented, the entire trading company was in an uproar. Then, the price rose rapidly from 100 million to 10 billion, and the momentum of the rise was extremely fierce. In a VIP seat, Uwusi sat quietly in his seat, looking at the constant bids below, and did not participate in the auction. Chapter 2060. Revealing his true body ancestor. What's wrong? Yu Yewei and the other experts in the VIP seats were puzzled by Yu Wuxi's strange behavior. Yu Wuxi's face was as dark as water. An unconcealable murderous intent exploded in the VIP seats. Yu Yewei and the others felt a chill in their hearts. 1 trillion divine stones. I hope everyone can give me and the Dark Illusion sect some face, and let this old man have the Heavenly Domain Starry Essence. Uwusi immediately reported all the divine stones he had on him. At the same time, he also reported his name. The entire trading house fell into silence. The bidding price had reached more than 100 billion, but Uwusi had increased it by 1,000 times. How could everyone not be shocked? Moreover, Uwusi had even called out his identity. It was obvious that he was determined to get the Heavenly Domain Starry Essence. Many cultivators in the trading house who knew the inside story knew that this Uwusi was not Yu Yewei, but the Dark Illusion sect's ancestor, Uwusi. This was an 8-step void heaven old man. Although he had been seriously injured back then, it was still easy for him to kill a 7-step void heaven cultivator. Who would dare to provoke such a terrifying existence? However, while ordinary cultivators did not dare to provoke him, the other sect masters in the VIP seats of the top 10 sects did not. Senior, you must be joking. The Heavenly Domain Starry Essence will naturally go to the highest bidder. I bid 1 trillion divine stones. A calm laughter came from the opposite box. The person who called out a price that exceeded Uwusi's. Uwusi slammed the table beside him and stared at the box with a gloomy gaze. He said coldly, "Junior Waning Moon, your half-moon Halls Uezu is not here. What right do you have to talk to me like this?" As he spoke, a terrifying, murderous intent spread out. Then the trading house shook violently. The surrounding boxes were all broken open, revealing the figures of the other sect's cultivators. The half-moon hall cultivators that Waning Moon brought were no exception. Waning Moon frowned slightly. Her beautiful eyes fell on Uwusi. She was surprised that Uwusi was so angry. The cultivators from the other 10 great sects also looked at Uwusi with fear in their eyes, as he exuded a murderous aura. All the sect masters of the 10 major sects were present, but none of their old ancestors were present. Only the old ancestor of the Dark Fantasy sect, Uwusi, came to bid for the Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence. It could be said that the Dark Mirage sect was the greatest competitor of the other 9 sects in this auction. Of course, the other 9 great sects weren't afraid that Uwusi would try to rob them. If Uwusi dared to act recklessly, the ancestors of the other 9 great sects would not sit idly by. They would immediately come out of seclusion to deal with Uwusi. There was no fear in Elder Waning Moon's beautiful eyes. She calmly said, "An auction is won by the highest bidder. If Senior Nether wants to snatch it, then I have nothing to say. However, I'll report this matter to Lord Uezu." Uwusi frowned slightly. Uezu was the old ancestor of the Half-Moon Hall. Moreover, Uwusi's serious injuries were caused by Uezu. Although they were both Void Sky 8 Steps experts, Uezu was extremely talented and powerful. Moreover, he was already at the peak of the Void Sky 8 Steps. Therefore, Uwusi wasn't Uezu's opponent at that time and was heavily injured. After countless years, Uwusi's injuries were still lingering in his body. On the other hand, Yuezu's strength would only grow stronger. Yu Wuxi didn't have any confidence in facing Yuezu. With a cold snort, Yu Wuxi's right hand reached out and grabbed an old man from the void. "Lord, why did you grab this lowly one?" The old man asked in fear. Just a moment ago, this old man was still at the back of the auction hall. In the blink of an eye, he was caught by Yu Wuxi without anyone noticing. What kind of great ability did this require? "You're the manager of the great fortune trading company, right? I'm willing to pay 10 trillion divine stones for a drop of heavenly domain star essence in this jade bottle. Is that okay?" Although Yu Wuxi's words carried a hint of negotiation, his tone didn't carry the slightest hint of negotiation. Instead, it carried an unquestionable tone. The old man hurriedly nodded and said, Of course, of course." Yu Wuxi nodded and threw the old man onto the auction stage, allowing him to take out a drop of heavenly domain star essence. After receiving a drop of heavenly domain star essence, Yu Wuxi straightforwardly paid 10 trillion divine stones and instantly swallowed the heavenly domain star essence. The moment Yu Wuxi opened his eyes, his aura actually swelled a little. He let out a long whistle and transmitted his voice to Yu Yewei. "Something big has happened in the sect. Bring everyone back immediately. I'll be heading back first." After saying that, Yu Wuxi disappeared from the trading company. Yu Yewei immediately led the many experts of the Dim Illusion sect and left. The actions of the Dim Illusion sect's group naturally aroused the doubts and suspicions of many cultivators in the trading company. "Master, Yu Wuxi seems to be in a hurry to return. Did something happen in the Dim Illusion sect?" Tong Chimay, who was standing behind Elder Waning Moon, asked curiously. Elder Waning Moon shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. Let's focus on the remaining heavenly domain star essence." Seeing that Tong Chimay was absent-minded, Elder Waning Moon asked again, "Chimay, what are you thinking about?" "Oh, I'm not thinking about anything. Let's continue the auction." Tong Chimay recovered and said with a smile. Elder Waning Moon nodded and gave Tong Chimay a deep look before her gaze fell on the auction. Zhuowen looked coldly at the white-haired old man who had sent the signal. He knew that if he really wanted to break through the encirclement of the Dim Illusion sect, he had to severely injure this old fart. Moreover, he did not have much time left. Yu Wuxi definitely knew what had happened in the Dark Mirage sect. If he continued to delay like this, by the time Yu Wuxi rushed back, leaving would be wishful thinking for him. "We have to kill this old fart at all costs. Xiaohei, are you confident?" Zhuowen suddenly transmitted to Xiaohei. Xiaohei replied, "If I erupt with all the power of the Purple Star Sovereign, I am confident that I can severely injure this white-haired old man. However, it will be very difficult to kill him. Moreover, after erupting with all the power of the Purple Star Sovereign, I will also use up all the energy of the extreme lightning and fire in the Thunderfire Sword." Zhuo nodded. He knew what Xiaohei meant. After erupting this time, the Thunderfire Sword would no longer be able to use the power of the Purple Star Sovereign. This also meant that the 5 times stipulated by the Purple Star Sovereign would all be used up this time. "It's fine. I must kill this old fart. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave." Zhuowen's eyes revealed a resolute expression as he glanced at the black-clothed Zhuowen not far away. If Xiaohei could kill the white-haired old man, that would be the best. If she could only severely injure him, Zhuowen would probably reveal Devour's true body. Devour could only unleash his strongest power when he revealed his true body. Zhuowen had already nurtured Devour's doppelganger into true god Extreme Thunder, whose strength was comparable to a 4th-step Void Sky cultivator. Once he revealed his true body, his strength would stack up with true god Extreme Thunder strength, and he would probably be comparable to a 6th-step Void Sky cultivator. If Xiaohei could seriously injure the white-haired old man, Zhuowen would risk revealing his true body to kill the white-haired old man. Unfolding the torch dragon wings, Zhuowen dodged most of the attacks while engaging in a fierce battle with the surrounding Dim Illusion sect disciples. On the other hand, Xiaohei dashed out toward the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man sneered. In his opinion, the Thunderfire sword was indeed powerful. However, it was at most on par with him. It was almost impossible for it to defeat him. The white-haired old man had already informed Uwusi and the others in Middle Universe. As long as Uwusi rushed over in advance, Zhuowen and his strange sword would not be able to escape. Hence, the white-haired old man needed to stall for time. The white-haired old man wielded a divine spear and thrust it forward, wanting to block the Thunderfire sword. Gotcha! But when the long sword collided with the Thunderfire sword, the aura of the Thunderfire sword instantly increased by several times. The terrifying energy of thunder and fire circled around the sword, forming a terrifying spiral. It actually shattered the long spear in an instant. Swoosh! The Thunderfire sword pierced through the white-haired old man's glabella like a hot knife through butter. Rumble! The white-haired old man's head instantly exploded. Afterwards, a massive illusory bridge rose behind the white-haired old man. This illusory bridge had a total of 9 steps. 7 of them had already been lit up, indicating that the white-haired old man had reached the 7th step of the illusory bridge. The vast energy of the illusory bridge shone down, and the white-haired old man's exploded head began to slowly heal. Kid, to destroy that illusory bridge, this Dragon Lord has already exploded with all the power of thunder and fire. I'm almost powerless now. Xiao Hei suddenly transmitted to Zhuowen. Zhuowen instantly slashed out with both swords. Terrifying violet light filled the sky, and the numerous dim illusion sect disciples surrounding him all retreated. The main body glanced at the nearby black-clothed Zhuowen. The black-clothed Zhuowen nodded and roared at the sky. This roar was like the collapse of a mountain, shaking the hearts of all the cultivators and giving them a feeling of worship. The black-clothed Zhuowen no longer concealed himself. His figure grew larger and larger, and eventually turned into a colossus. Like a dark cloud, he hovered above the dim illusion sect, almost shrouding the entire star continent where the dim illusion sect was. The moment Devour released his enormous aura, countless cultivators both inside and outside the dim illusion sect felt a sense of fear rise in their hearts. This was the innate fear of a lower being towards a higher being, a fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. As soon as Devour's main body appeared, all the cultivators of the dim illusion sect subconsciously stopped moving. As for the white-haired old man, because the Thunderfire sword had pierced through his glabella, his soul had been damaged. Now, he was being healed by the energy of the illusory bridge, so he was still unconscious. Naturally, he could not feel the terror of Devour. At this moment, Devour's appearance had changed greatly. Lightning surged all over his body, mixed with a dense demonic mist. In the demonic mist, a pair of huge blood-red eyes could be seen. He looked like a terrifying beast from ancient times. Devour glanced indifferently at the illusory bridge of the white-haired old man. Then he stomped his foot, lowered his head, opened his huge mouth, and swallowed the illusory bridge that stretched across the illusory bridge. The terrifying devouring power completely cut off the connection between the white-haired old man and the illusory bridge. Plop! Chapter 2061. Enraged Uwusher at this moment, all the cultivators of the dim mirage sect fell into a daze. The white-haired old man was the enforcement elder of the dim mirage sect, the strongest person stationed in the dim mirage sect this time. But now the strongest person had been killed just like that. It was just too inconceivable. Moreover, what was that giant beast shrouded in dense demonic mist? Its pressure was too terrifying, suppressing many disciples of the dim mirage sect, causing them to tremble and not dare to move recklessly. Zhuowen leaped up and landed on Devour's body, looking down at the many trembling disciples of the dim mirage sect. My name is Zhuowen. If any of you still want to kill me, come, continue to attack me. Zhuan's indifferent voice sounded faintly. The response to Zhuan was silence. Even the enforcement elder of the Dim Mirage sect had died in this person's hands, not to mention them. Moreover, this person had a heaven-defying item like the heavenly domain starry sky essence, and a large quantity at that. Every time he was heavily injured, he could rely on the heavenly domain starry sky essence to quickly recover to his peak. How could they fight him? Zhuan's gaze fell on the outside of the Dim Mirage sect. He naturally saw that many wandering cultivators had laid down a death trap array outside the Dim Mirage sect. Rumble. Devour suddenly struck out with a claw, causing numerous ripples to appear on the surface of the Dim Mirage sect. This was the great defensive array of the Dim Mirage sect. Although Devour had revealed his true strength and was unparalleled, this was the great defensive array of the Dim Mirage sect that had been laid down for countless years. It was almost impossible for him to destroy it. Of course, if Zhuan had followed the original path and returned to the exit he had used to enter the Dim Mirage sect, he could still leave the Dim Mirage sect. However, now that he had even used the Devour body, he naturally did not intend to use that exit. Still not opening your great defensive array? Zhuan coldly looked at the remaining 7 or 8 elders not far away. In the previous battle, several elders had died at Zhuan's hands, leaving only these 7 or 8 elders alive. These 7 to 8 elders trembled in fear as they looked at Zhuan. One of the elders said in a trembling voice, "The sect protecting Grand Array was mainly controlled by the disciplinary elder. Now that he is dead, we can't open it with just us, so..." Zhuan squinted, reaching out his right hand. With Devour's power, the rolling demon mist turned into a giant hand, grabbing the elder who had just spoken. "You're lying." Zhuan's eyes were cold and gloomy. Soon after, a terrifying demonic mist shackled this person. Then his enormous divine sense unceremoniously invaded this person's spiritual space. Opening his eyes, Zhuan's expression was unsightly. He took a jade talisman from the man's body. The light from the jade talisman slowly faded away. Clearly, someone had just sent a message to this man. He probed the jade talisman with his divine sense. There was only one sentence inside. "Delay that, Zhuan. This old man will be back soon." Who sent the message? Zhuan looked at the person indifferently. The person trembled and stammered. I don't know, you don't know?" Zhuan's eyes were gloomy and cold. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a vast divine sense extended over from the other side of the star continent, followed by a suffocating and terrifying aura. "Ignorant brat, quickly surrender and hand over everything you've obtained. Otherwise, this old man will exterminate your 9 generations and consign everyone related to you to eternal damnation." A thunderous voice rang out from extremely far away in the starry sky, exploding in the minds of every cultivator. Zhuan frowned. This sound was mainly targeted at him, and it was actually attacking his divine sense. Unfortunately, his spiritual space was much more powerful than ordinary void sky cultivators. This person's spiritual space was indeed powerful, but it would not be so easy to injure Zhuan's spiritual space. On the other hand, the many independent cultivators gathered around the Dim Illusion sect were momentarily dazed by this voice. The ancestor has returned. We're saved. The disciples of the Dim Illusion sect who had originally sunk into despair all glowed with hope, revealing different expressions on their faces. Even the elder whose neck was being held by Zhuan relaxed. He could not help but sneer coldly at Zhuan. The ancestor of our Dim Illusion sect has returned. If you know what's good for you, let go of me. Otherwise, you really won't have the slightest chance of survival. Noisy. Zhuan could not be bothered with the elder's threat. With a thought, surging demonic qi enveloped the person. With a miserable shriek, the person was completely devoured by the devouring demonic qi. What audacity! You actually dared to kill a member of my Dim Illusion sect in front of this seat. Yu Wuxi's gloomy voice rang out again. This time, it was even louder, as if it was right in front of him. Zhuan's lips were filled with a mocking smile. Others might not know, but he knew that Yuwusi was still some distance away from the dim illusion sect. Zhuowen's current divine sense was enough to cross the distance of 300 galaxies. He could even detect Yuwusi's exact location. He knew that it would probably take some time for Yuwusi to arrive here. Why wouldn't I dare? Zhuo won and Devour roared. The terrifying demonic mist covered the entire dark fantasy sect in just a blink of an eye. Inside the demonic mist, devouring vortexes moved like venomous snakes, attacking the dark fantasy sect's disciples around. Some of the weaker disciples were basically finished off by the devouring vortexes. As for the stronger disciples, they could barely resist the devouring vortexes that suddenly appeared around them. Zhuo hid within the demonic chi. His right hand held the glorious amethyst galaxy sword. His left hand held the purple sword condensed from 6 Tao intents. His body was surrounded by the golden sword of no beginning as he shuttled through the demonic chi like a ghost. Didn't Yuwusi not allow him to kill the dim illusion sect disciples? Today, he would slaughter all these dark mirage sect disciples under the control of Yuwusi's divine sense. Zhuowen's first target was the remaining 7 elders. Devour didn't hold back at all. He attached the energy of extreme lightning to the demonic chi, making it impossible to guard against. Devour even released his 2 great divine abilities, Purgatory and Heavenly Thunder Eye. One after another, the dim illusion sect disciples fell. Even the most powerful disciples found it much harder to resist. Pucci. Zhuowen's real body was like a ghost. Sword after sword, as fast as lightning, the dim illusion sect disciples fell one after another. In the end, he arrived in front of the 7 elders. The golden sword of no beginning turned into a massive killing intent vortex and smashed towards them. The 7 elders naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. They all took action, wanting to block the killing intent vortex. Unfortunately, the killing intent vortex was too powerful. It killed the first 3 in an instant. However, at the cost of sacrificing 3 elders, the killing intent vortex was stopped. Zhuo dashed out from behind the still whirlpool of killing intent. The soul-absorbing godly needle shot out and drilled into the forehead of the 4th elder without any warning, destroying his soul an illusory, heavenly bridge, killing him completely. At the same time, Zhuo wielded the purple sword in both hands, performing the 7th move of the Tao destroying sword art, sword swimming great void. The profound sword art was like an illusory streamer. In a flash, it slashed across the necks of the remaining 3 elders, chopping off their heads. Zhuowen's powerful divine sense invaded their bodies without hesitation, destroying their illusory bridge. After killing the 7 elders, Zhuowen jumped up and landed on Devour's back. His divine sense had detected that Yuwusi was very close to this place. Little bastard, you're dead. If I, Yuwusi, don't kill you today, I'm not a man. A thunderous roar came rushing over. With Yuwusi's powerful divine sense, he could clearly detect everything that had happened here. At this place, there were 15 elders of the dark fantasy sect. Now all of them had been killed by Zhuon alone. Moreover, the number of disciples of the dark fantasy sect that had died was innumerable. Now, he could only detect a few disciples of the dark fantasy sect. The disciples of the sect were the foundation of the sect. Among them, there were many talented geniuses with limitless future achievements. Now that most of these talented disciples have been killed by Zhuo, the future development of his Dark Mirage sect would enter a blank period, and it would be very difficult for him to recover. These were the seeds of the dark fantasy sect's rise and fall. Now almost all of them have been killed. How could Yuwusi not be angry? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. In his divine sense, Yuwusi's speed suddenly increased. He would arrive here soon. Zhuowen knew that he could not stay here any longer. Otherwise, if he really bumped into Yuwusi, it would be too late for him to leave. After all, Yuwusi was an old monster of the void sky 8 steps. It was impossible for him to be his opponent. Thinking of this, Zhuowen retrieved Devour's real body. Soon after, the torch dragon wings unfolded and flew to the exit he had made. Walking out of the exit, Zhuowen immediately activated the temporary teleportation formation and left the dark fantasy sect in a flash. Not long after Zhuowen left the teleportation formation, a terrifyingly imposing figure streaked across the starry sky like a shooting star and smashed into the star continent where the dark fantasy sect was located. The entire continent began to tremble. The numerous rogue cultivators on the continent were horrified as they stared blankly at Yuwu-Si. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It should be known that Yuwu-Si was an old monster of the Void Sky 8 Steps. He was a supreme expert that rogue cultivators like them could not hope to reach. Who would dare to provoke him? Yuwu-Si did not have time to check the dark fantasy sect. His eyes were fixed on Zhuowen, who had already left through the temporary teleportation formation. Where do you think you're going? Today, even if you run to the ends of the earth, this old man will catch you and bring you back to die. Yuwu-Si growled. He leaped up, following the fluctuations of the teleportation formation, disappearing at an extremely fast speed. That Zhuowen is really bold. In front of an expert like Yuwu-Si, he dares to kill the disciples of the dark fantasy sect. I feel that this kid has guts. Since he has already killed the people of the dark fantasy sect, what's the harm in killing a few more? However, the dark fantasy sect has suffered a great loss this time. 15 elders and countless disciples. I'm afraid it will take at least 1,000 years for them to recover. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.